What if we just say fucking and watch this Nortel? The company that broke Canada.
Big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring.
The company that broke Canada. Fuck it. I'll do it. Let's do it. I've heard it's very good. The company that broke Canada. Part 1. Watch together. Boom. The company that broke Canada. I think, listen, I know a little bit about Nortel going in. Nortel is the Canadian Cisco, and it's their equivalent of the dot-com bubble. And I think that had even more outsized impact in Canada because of Canada's relatively smaller size. So I'm very interested in it, and I think it's relevant now with the AI bubble to learn a little about Nortel and what happened in our last similar type bubble. Plus, it's well made. So let's watch it.
Sponsoring this video. This is John Roth.
Hello, John Roth.
He's the CEO of a company called Nortel. He's about to be smug. Deservingly so.
Let's move on to Lucent, the big competitor south of the border. What do they do better than you?
Not much. Pretty good at marketing, but if you look at the results, we grew 43% in the carrier space in the U.S. last year, well, in this last quarter. I think that's double their numbers.
Smug.
At the time of this clip, Nortel was the second highest Canadian company on the global Fortune 500.
Who was number 1?
At rank 216. But he doesn't plan on stopping there. Just 1 year from now, Nortel will be the 9th most valuable company in the entire.
That's crazy for a Canadian company. That's crazy. What is the most valuable Canadian company right now? Let me just do a quick check. What is the most valuable Canadian? It's probably Scotiabank or something. It's got to be a bank, right? Because of real estate. Their entire economy is built around propped up real estate prices. The number 1 Canadian company is, drumroll please, the Royal Bank of Canada, which is on the total list 86, right behind Disney. Damn, Disney had a fall from grace, huh? Disney down here at 155 billion. Yikes, dude. 86. We're nearly above Disney. Yes, it is true. Canada's Royal Bank is about to pass Disney. I'll tell you that right here. Disney in the trenches for real? Honestly, for real. Bro, I just saw. I actually put this slide. Whatever. You're here. It's late night. Disney is reporting severely softening theme park demand. They said the low-end consumer is tapped the fuck out on going to Disney. Little spoilers. Anyway, back to this. Back to this.
Entire world. 75% of North America's backbone internet traffic travels through his company's networks. An achievement that will earn him the title of Canadian CEO of the Year. This is also John Roth. Or rather, it's a comedian impersonating John Roth. Not particularly well, mind you. There's no genuine attempt at his voice, and the mannerisms are way too high energy. And yet, the audience is eating it up.
Now, final question, Mr. Roth. Where will Nortel be, say, a year from now?
Linda, Nortel is strong. I guarantee investors I will continue to generate profits for them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work. Spare some change?
In this moment, however brief it was, John Roth was maybe the most hated man in Canada. Nortel had been the most widely held stock in the country, and it had just cost them their pensions.
Yikes!
Nortel had broken an entire country's economy. How did it happen? 3 words. It's ancient history.
Swag intro. Swag music.
Here's a statement. The telephone was invented in Canada.
False.
It's a statement that could be true, so long as you don't look too hard at the several footnotes that are necessary to justify it. But let's go ahead and do that. Alexander Graham Bell was a Scottish immigrant who moved to Canada with his parents in 1870. Later on, he got a job as a teacher and began experimenting with sending voices over metal wires as electrical signals. Over the years, he would develop this idea with his partner Watson, and in 1876,
Sherlock
Bell
style.
said his famous words, "Watson, come here, I need you," over a working telephone.
Gage. Holy moly, there was a true love. Oh my, I didn't know it was such a steamy story, the invention of the telephone. The first call was a booty call.
Prototype in Boston. The Canadian claim to the telephone is frankly very silly. Bell supposedly wrote about the underlying mechanism of a telephone at his parents' home in Brantford, Ontario, but he wouldn't get a working prototype for another 2 years. You can't even really argue it based on citizenship either, because Bell was never technically a Canadian,
you can't-
but a
that's not a
self-identified
Ca-
Scotsman who was actively applying to become an American.
What is
Of course,
Canadian
this
about
isn't
this?
even the biggest elephant in the room. Bell was beaten to the invention of the telephone by at least one person, maybe more. There's Antonio
A Scottish person in America does the first call. This is truly a Canadian invention.
Meucci, whose telephone prototype predates Bell's by almost a decade. His lawsuit against Bell was headed to the Supreme Court until he died in 1889. Alicia Gray famously submitted a patent on the exact same day as Bell.
Yikes,
There are
get
disputes
owned.
over the exact timeline here, but it's a bit of a moot point because neither man had made a functioning prototype yet. Bell did get one working a week later, but the design of his receiver had been altered, becoming suspiciously similar to the one in Gray's design. Info he shouldn't have known about unless he had somehow seen Gray's application. As you're going to see many times in this story, the history
Did you guys know that Einstein worked at a patent office and he's actually dumb as shit and he stole everything? Did you know that Einstein was actually one of the dumbest people that ever lived and he just yoinked patents and then read them out loud and pretend he was smart? And one guy did a patent on E equals MC squared and one guy, I say that being humble, it was me. It was me. I don't care. I'm over it. But like I submitted it and then fucking Goofus at the fucking patent office, the fucking clerk, frizzy ass hair, all white, looked dumb as shit. I handed it to him. He practically wipes his ass with it. Doesn't know his ass from his elbow. I'm like, be careful with that. He goes, oh, doy. And then next day I see him fucking giving a lecture. Insane. Literally insane. He tried to eat it at first. He did. He did.
of industry is not about the first to invent, but the first to market. Bell got the patent for the telephone because he hired a better lawyer. Simple as that.
That's good to hear.
The most lucrative patent in history led to a factory, the factory led to a company, and the company became a behemoth. Through decades of aggressive expansion, brutal boardroom takeovers, underhanded back alley sabotage, and the limitless funding of JP Morgan, that single patent evolved into the most ruthless corporation in American history, AT&T.
Don't know that I agree with that. It's a fucking murderer's row. Ruthless corporations in American history, there's a lot of talent. You know, it's like the NBA Olympic squad. it's like the American Olympic squad. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many we could have. Is it LeBron? Is it Steph? Is it KD? Is it Ant Edwards? Is it Booker? These are all great. I would have a tough time giving it to AT&T. But I can see his points. Yeah, we'll put it up there.
A terrifying beast that gobbled up hundreds of independent phone companies. A monopoly that at its peak once controlled 82% of America's telephone lines. Footnotes or not, the history of the telephone is an American one. But why then?
Holy shit, Jimmy High Roller, but it's Rockefeller posting, unironically would go dumb hard. A video, but it's like the outside fucking crazy fortunes of the Gilded Age robber barons. Zooms the fuck out on the percentage of wealth that like Getty had of the U.S. economy. That's not a crazy idea. People would fucking cream their jorts for that.
Have I seen this statement, at least in part, claimed by some Canadian sources? Why is this a hill that some Canadians seem willing to die on? Because the Canadian identity, if there is such a thing, is one defined in opposition to the United States. If you want to be dramatic, and I do sometimes, Canada is just a slightly more autonomous 51st state. Both countries descend from a combination of English and French colonies, built on territory stolen from its indigenous inhabitants. Lands divided by a border so arbitrary, most of it is literally just the 49th parallel. Why some of the colonies rebelled against the British and why others stayed loyal came down to language, religion, local economies, and proximity to the British Empire. The settlers in these two colonies always had a lot in common, and due to their geographic proximity, there has always existed an uncommonly close relationship.
America's hat.
It just so happens that that relationship is more than a little lopsided. Pierre Trudeau, one of our more outspoken prime ministers, summed it up like this. Living next to you is in some ways like sleeping with an elephant. No matter how friendly and even-tempered is the beast, if I can call it that, one is affected by every twitch and grunt. America is simply a...
There's got to be a better metaphor for a prime minister. You know what I'm saying? There's just got to be. There's just got to be a better one. I'm not saying I have one off the top of my dome, but I'm saying you could...
much older and densely populated nation. America's first colonists arrived almost 2 centuries earlier than the bulk of Canada's, and the Americans had gone and finished their Civil War before modern Canada was even created in the 1860s. Couple that with a colder climate and harsher terrain, for almost the entire time the two countries have existed, Canada has had 1/10 the population and 1/10 the economy of its southern neighbor. Even just California, despite having roughly the same population, has an economy 50% larger. Ever since the War of 1812 ended in a stalemate, Canada has never had to worry about being militarily annexed by the US. Instead, Canada has spent most of its existence fending off another more indirect form of control: economic subservience. The company that owns the majority of our newspapers is 2/3 owned by an American hedge fund.
Well, that's just
most
good.
of the media we consume is American, and
That's
the
good
basis
too.
of our economy is ripping natural resources out of the ground, shipping them off to America, and then buying them back for twice the price in the form of fancy toys.
I mean, this all sounds like the natural order of things. This is all good. We're spawn camping though. It's just business. Okay? Yeah, but he's not talking about the other side of it. The other side of it is every fucking 2 years, you guys will ship down a celebrity that we all have to worship. And we just fucking pretend they're American. Okay? Every fucking few years. There's a trade-off.
We're America's biggest customer, but they're not ours, and that's a precarious position to be in. Canada's first Prime Minister,
They're not
John A.
sending their
Macdonald,
best.
had just returned
It's
to
the
power
opposite.
in the...
Canada is sending their best. Canada is sending their best, bro. We're getting the fucking except for XUC, maybe.
election of 1878. Canada was in the midst of a deep depression that was partially brought on by the Americans canceling a trade agreement in the middle of their Civil War. Macdonald was
Yikes.
keenly aware of the public's distrust of American business, and although behind closed doors he was in favor of free trade with the Americans, he knew they would never sign a new agreement. And so he used anti-American rhetoric to call the rival Liberal Party, quote, veiled traitors, and managed to win both the 1878 and 1891 elections by stoking
That's just good
fears
politics,
of
can't hate
American annexation. Macdonald's platform was called the National Policy, the centerpiece of which was an aggressive import tax on all American products. The tariff was designed to keep cheap American products out of Canada to promote a strong, homegrown manufacturing industry.
The American hog eating all... The poor little Canadian interest pig can't get a fucking bit of the slop. We're just eating all the fucking slop. Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
The national policy and anti-Americanism dominated Canada's political agenda for decades, and a later attempt at a free trade agreement similarly defeated the government of Wilfrid Laurier in 1911, where it was once again painted as an act of treason. However, the national policy, whose stated goal was to keep Canada British, had arguably backfired. It had only made Canada more reliant on American industry. Take, for example, AT&T. Having secured the Canadian patent for the telephone, their original plan was to simply make telephones in America and ship them up to Canada.
Okay.
The new tariffs made that a complete no-go, so the company hatched a plan. They hired a former Confederate ship captain, sent him off to Canada with a boatload of money, where he proceeded to execute a series of business moves so rapid that in just a few months, he owned almost all telephone lines in the entire country.
Insane.
Alongside this purchase was a single telephone factory in Montreal, a necessary condition to retain the Canadian patent. Parts would be shipped up from the US, assembled in Canada, completely negating the import tax. This was the birth of the Bell Telephone Company of Canada.
Make the whole thing in 2 easily put together pieces. Have some minimum wage worker in Canada snap it together. This is built in Canada.
And how Canada became a branch plant economy. And as of 1895, that little Montreal branch plant was given a name: Northern Electric and Manufacturing Limited. We've got about a century to go still, but the family resemblance between these two names is clear. Northern made a bunch of stuff.
Nortel.
Fire alarms, sleigh bells, gramophones, telegraphs, kettles, toasters, lighters, stoves, washing machines, radios. If it ran on electricity, they could probably make it. But their bread and butter was always telephones. Although legally they were separate entities, AT&T was always in the background pulling the strings of Bell Canada. With its endless monopoly money, Western Electric was cranking out telephone tech like there was no tomorrow. And Northern Electric got access to technology that no one else did without having to do any R&D. They just took the designs that Western gave them, made their tweaks, and sold them to Canadians. Sometimes the only thing that would change was the logo on the phone. Always the branch plant, never the brains. This symbiotic relationship was just a microcosm of the larger Canadian economy. Even in the 1910s, when AT&T is forced to sell off its foreign holdings due to antitrust reasons, it's allowed to keep its stake in.
Just to expand on that, it's one of the biggest fucking antitrust lawsuits ever, and they busted up AT&T into like 14 companies. They literally split it into 14 separate companies. Can you imagine doing that now? Can you imagine? It's so unfathomable in modern times to think of antitrust enforcing anything like that. It did over the next fucking 4 decades all recombine. Like 3 of them would merge, then 2 would merge, and then they would all get allowed a little bit, and then they all basically fucking recombined. But obviously it was a massive blow, and literally is credited with like a ton of innovation happening in the period when they were broken up. Is it in the video? I'm sorry. If it's in the video, I thought he was just saying, I thought he briefly covered it, so I wanted to give.
Canada, because the two countries were so interlinked. Canada had spent its first 50 years relying on its Commonwealth parent of Great Britain, but by the 1920s, Canada was now trading more with the US. As productivity began to rise as America modernized its factories, Canada's were quick to follow. Then, out of nowhere, the markets crashed, ushering in the Great Depression across North America. The 1930s saw 80% of Northern's employees laid off. And then it's World War II, yanking the country and the company out of its depression. Northern becomes a dedicated supplier of military equipment for the government. Canada, like the US, emerges from the war in a relatively prosperous position compared to Europe. Northern now had a backlog of nearly 100,000 telephone orders it had to fulfill. Dragged there by the US, Canada had achieved the second highest adoption rate of phones per 100 people in the entire world, going from just 28,000 phones in 1895 to almost 1 million in 1942. And then suddenly, the elephant rolled over. For years, AT&T had been accused of running a vertical monopoly by owning its manufacturer, Western Electric. Desperate to keep its prized possession, AT&T settles out of court and makes a trade on 2 conditions. The first is to stay out of the computer business. Considering that Bell Labs had just invented the transistor, they were really going to regret this one in about 10 years. The second is more relevant to our story. AT&T now had to offer the same licensing deal for its patents to anyone who asked. But because AT&T owned Bell Canada and was sharing its patents with them for free, that meant that any other US company would be entitled to that same deal. So rather than give away its patents for free, AT&T said, you know what? Canada is on its own. The CEO of Northern at the time described it like this: "We are the child of wealthy parents. This is the boot that kicked us out the door. A Canadian subsidiary of a US company lives a very comfortable life. This is the tragedy of Canada. We've made a virtue of imitation. But he also said this: I'm confident history will say this is the best thing that ever happened to us.
Okay.
Would you believe me that in a little more than half a century, the mouse would be trying to eat the elephant?
Not crazy.
North, east, south, west, everywhere you go. Northern Electric is the name to know. From coast to coast in Canada.
Canada loves fucking jingles, huh? They always have. This one's kind of a heater, though.
In the 1950s, the Canadian government contracted the company AV Rowe to build a stealth interceptor jet called the Avro Arrow. It was widely considered to be one of, if not the best in its class in the world. Costing around 2.2 billion Canadian dollars in today's money, the Arrow had been the single most expensive R&D project in Canadian history, and it put Canada on the map in the global aerospace industry.
Good shit, Canada.
But there was no one to sell it to. The American and the British militaries wanted to produce their own jets. And in fact, America turned around and said, hey, why don't you buy our jets instead? In the most controversial move of his career, Prime Minister John Diefenbaker fell in love.
That's so funny. Yeah, it's like you're Canada. What are you going to do with the jet? And then who's going to buy? Yeah, it's so funny.
Line with American defense policy. He canceled the project, ordered all prototypes destroyed, and left 14,000 Canadians unemployed. Although you can argue over the merits of the Avro Arrow itself, the real failure here was that the government refused to support a transition for the facility it had already spent millions on. A facility that could have been converted to civilian aircraft and given Canada its own equivalent to...
That would have been a good idea. It would have been nice if we had a North American competitor to Boeing. Maybe it would cause them to be less fucking sure of themselves that they don't have to fucking do any due diligence on anything, and they can hire the worst fucking CEOs, and we all have to fly Boeing planes even though they fucking suck.
to Boeing. It's ironic that Diefenbaker is remembered for capitulating to American influence. Just days before the election that made him Prime Minister, Diefenbaker had declared that if the Liberals were re-elected, quote, Canada will become a virtual 49th economic state in the American Union. You see, anti-Americanism never truly disappears in Canada, but rather it comes in waves.
I feel
the stretch of time bookended by the two world wars was a notable period of cooperation between the two nations. But now in the era of the Cold War, Canadians were becoming uncomfortable with the idea that they were simply a sidekick to the US. 1956 saw the government release the results of the Gordon Commission, an economic panel which had spent the last year researching the rapid Americanization of Canada. First, there was culture. By the mid-1950s, 80% of magazine sales were from American brands. Canadian newspapers were still Canadian-owned, but any international coverage was usually borrowed from American papers. The Canadian film industry was almost entirely non-existent. Even if we did have films to show, film distribution was owned entirely by Hollywood, and they had no interest in showing Canadian films. Even our education system
that just seems rude. I'm sure there's some of them that are good.
There's a particularly infamous textbook on Canadian politics that for some reason had Abraham Lincoln on the cover.
Okay, that's fucked up. That's actually I'd be pissed too. I'd be pissed too. If I was a card-carrying Canadian, I'd be fucking pissed, dude. You put fucking Lincoln on our history textbook? I'd be pissed off. Give me a fucking vat of maple syrup or Wayne Gretzky on the cover. Don't fucking put Lincoln on there.
The real heart of the issue, though, was economic. In 1967, 58% of Canada's manufacturing industry was owned by firms whose headquarters were outside of Canada, and 80% of that fraction was American. And the more specialized you got, the higher the fraction went. Transport, electronics, chemicals, all extremely American. The worst by far was cars. Can you name a single Canadian car brand? You can't, because there are none left.
I mean, their proximity
Natural
to Detroit,
resources, which had formed the bedrock of Canada's economy.
that doesn't even make sense. And it would be stupid for Canada to try and build a domestic auto industry, being right next to, at the time, one of the world leaders. It would have been inefficient. There would be something else to work on. That wouldn't make sense.
Economy for decades, were lining American pocketbooks. Pulp and paper, smelting, mining, and oil and gas, Alberta's pride and joy, was nearly 2/3 owned by Americans. This was such a touchy subject.
Plus, they don't even need cars. They already have moose. True! For real. Why would they fucking... It doesn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Subject that there was once a debate in Parliament over whether to allow an American company to build an interprovincial oil pipeline. The debate got so heated, 3 MPs were hospitalized and 1 died of a heart attack. Canada was a branch plant economy, and that was scaring people all across the political spectrum. On the left wing, you had labor organizers who feared that the US would simply set up branch plants in Canada, extract natural resources, and then ship them back down south, where Americans would get to reap the benefits from any newly created manufacturing jobs. On the right wing, the complaints tended to focus on...
I would love to see what the percentages are now, because I don't feel like this is still the same setup. Not that Canada is much better off, but rather that America itself has been written out of these equations. And now it goes to China or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have manufacturing. We're not taking raw material that... I would assume the middleman is getting cut out. I would love to look more into it.
On how Canada should instead be re-establishing ties with Britain and the monarchy, and that a loss of economic power to the Americans could eventually lead to a loss of political independence. But between these differing sides, there was one common shared concern. American technology was a crutch. Canada had a huge technological deficit. That's one of the key features of a branch plant economy. Branch plants tend to supply jobs that require less training, like resource extraction or assembly lines. Jobs that are easily moved elsewhere if the cost of labor gets too high. Jobs like finance, marketing, and critically R&D are best kept centralized in the home country.
Marketing!
In 1959, if you looked at dollars per capita spent on R&D in the private sector, the US was spending almost 4 times as much as Canada. Here's an even more shocking stat. A government commission in the mid-60s looked at every patent registered in Canada. 95% of them were held by someone outside the country, and 2/3 of that number was in the US. That meant the Canadian industry had to spend millions each year licensing out patents from Americans or costly imports of high-tech equipment. Case in point, Northern Electric. In 1956, the year that AT&T had to divest itself, Northern only made 1% of its revenue from its own design.
I mean, this setup is exactly why, and you know, I'm critical of it because it is impossible to compete with fairly, but it's also, this is why China just doesn't give a shit about American patents. That you try, like, American companies try to file patents there, and then it just is used to steal the thing. Like, they just don't care. They just don't care because they don't want to end up in this situation. It's the right strategy, but it's odd because obviously it feels, something about it feels wrong when some company develops something and then tries to sell it in China and then it just gets yoinked.
Designs. All the rest were American. For over 60 years, Northern operated mostly on autopilot, assembling American parts using American blueprints. The company atmosphere was described as sleepy and complacent. The CEO at the time joked that you could only get fired for, quote, screwing the boss's daughter, and then only if it was on company premises. Bell Canada was so unsure of Northern that there were multiple times where they considered only 2 options: sell it or shut it down. But there was a third option: break the branch plant cycle.
Ooh.
Make a Canadian company self-sufficient. And as we've just seen, the political climate at home had never been more supportive.
Canada.
It's not that Northern lacked smart employees, they just hadn't been in charge of the decision-making until now. In fact, Northern's engineers were likely some of the most capable in the entire country. Because of their prior connections to AT&T and Bell Labs, the engineers at Northern Electric were some of the first outside America to be able to reverse engineer and learn about the transistor. By the end of the 1960s, they were the single largest microchip supplier.
That's a macro
in Canada.
shit, boy.
They helped build the world's largest microwave comm system, the Trans-Canada Skyway, and they managed to develop an antenna designed to track satellites. But the 60s were still a slow period for Northern. When they began the decade, only 1% of their products were Canadian designs. By 1969, they had only managed to increase that number to 6%. The switchover was going too slowly. The only way to get ahead would be to give Canada its own Bell Labs. BNR, Bell Northern Research. Founded in Ottawa in 1971, it mimicked Bell Labs in every way it could. There was a bounty of $500 for every patent you filed. The atmosphere was like that of a university campus, and there was even a signature color, purple, that the employees rallied behind. Even its first president, Donald Chisholm, had been poached from the real Bell Labs. Look, I'm going to be candid for a second here. BNR is the reason I live in the city that I do. My grandfather was one of the founding engineers hired to work there, and he moved my dad's family from Montreal all the way to Ottawa. BNR is not a name most of you would have heard of, and it sadly doesn't have any Nobel Prizes. But so much of the modern communications landscape, the technology that powers the video you're watching right now, was invented in Ottawa. BNR was about to gamble everything to leapfrog Bell Labs.
Canada.
Telephone switches are the most basic building block of a telephone network. Back in the days of Graham Bell, they were originally just sold in pairs, phone A and phone B, and you put them wherever you needed with a giant wire running between them. Obviously, that's not super scalable, so people decided to designate one building in town as an exchange where human operators would physically move wires around to connect different phone lines. This too was phased out in favor of electromechanical contraptions that were the size of entire rooms. This finally gave way to fully electronic switches, which had fewer moving parts, were much less noisy, and overall more reliable. This was the state of telephone technology as the 60s turned into the 70s. Telephone calls had been analog for as long as they had existed, an electronic wave with smooth curves. But since the advent of the transistor, electronic signals could now be sent in binary. Enough ones and zeros could encode any analog signal with enough precision that barely any information would be lost. That was how computers operated, through massive processors crunching thousands of bits and bytes. People realized fairly quickly that if you could combine phones with computers, the possibilities would be endless. Costs would go down, reliability would go up.
I was the first one to think of this. I was in Canada in the late 60s smoking weed, and I just thought, you know what? Phones are cool, computers are cool. What if we put them together? You know what's crazy is people are going to say, like, everyone knew it was a good idea right away. They didn't. People were like, nah, sounds stupid. It was only later that it really kind of caught on.
You could send multiple phone conversations over the same wire. Signal degradation and noise over long distances was far easier to correct. You could also expand into what we now consider basic features like call forwarding or a busy line notification. And maybe, in the far future, you could even use phone lines to send data between two computers. Can you imagine that? Sending something other than voice over telephone lines? That'd be like some kind of network. I don't know, maybe there's a better name for that. The problem with this idea is that digital signals can't talk to analog signals, at least not directly. You need to convert them using a codec. Bell Labs had figured this out.
If you guys want to save the world from a brain-rotted skibbity toilet president hitting the nuke button, this is when you go back to. Go back to this time and stop it right here. They didn't know what they were creating, and once we get to the internet, it's all over, okay? This is where you can stop the damage.
In 1963, but the process was so complicated and expensive that it was only worthwhile to do for giant long-distance cables and the connections between huge central offices. There was still no fully digital switch at the local level. There was a full-on race between at least 7 countries to break this digital barrier, and Canada was way in last when it jumped in with BNR. So how did Canada come from behind and win it all? It's because AT&T had become too complacent.
Yikes.
Despite having a huge technological head start, AT&T was telling customers that digital switching wouldn't be available for several more years. See, this is the inherent contradiction of monopolies. Their endless resources allow them to develop the best technology and offer the best service. But because they have such a stranglehold on the market, they sometimes stifle innovations that threaten their business model.
Yeah.
Case in point, answering machines. Bell Labs invented the technology to record.
I mean, it's like Blockbuster and streaming. It's like there's a million examples. It's like digital cameras and Panasonic or no Polaroid. It's there's a million of them. Kodak. I'm sorry, Kodak. Xerox. Well, yeah, I guess Xerox. They certainly innovated a lot of things that got stolen. I don't know that they. I don't know. Was working on streaming? I know they had. That's what I'm saying. They had the technology. They knew about streaming, but they were too slow because they didn't want to fuck up their system. Like streaming kills renting videos at the store, and so they'd rather everything just slow down. But someone else will come in. Someone will eat your lunch.
Record phone calls sometime in the 1940s, but AT&T suffocated it, worried that people would stop using phones for business if they knew they could be recorded. Answering machines wouldn't catch on until the 1970s. It was the same with cell phones. Bell Labs first demonstrated a wireless phone in the 1970s, but again, AT&T refused to develop it. Why would they create a competing type of phone that didn't use the billions of dollars worth of infrastructure that they had taken decades to establish? Cell phones wouldn't catch on until the 1990s. It was the same thing with digital switching. AT&T would be required to update its entire technical ecosystem at a huge cost, not to mention they'd be making their older switches completely redundant. This was an attitude echoed by some executives within Bell Canada. They were certain that a digital switch would kill sales of their just-released SP1 model. But as future CEO John Roth would later say, if you're going to be cannibalized, it's best to be cannibalized by yourself.
Based
in 1976, Northern unveiled...
I heard... this is paraphrased, but Jensen said this about GeForce Now. If you guys don't know, like NVIDIA has a GeForce Now streaming service where you can play a high-end, high graphics game on a shitty laptop where they stream it from the cloud. And like, when you think about it, if that ever gets good enough and low latency enough and popular enough, it kills the need to ever buy a high-end GPU. But it's more like someone is going to do it. It might as well, we better be trying to be the one. It's a smart way to think about it, Hashtag ad. I'm just telling you. It's smart for NVIDIA to work on that because to ignore, put your head in the ears and pretend it doesn't exist is bad.
Build their newest switch, the SL1, at a trade show they called Digital World, which they hosted at none other than Disney World. The timing was everything. By committing when everyone else was too hesitant, they had caught the rest of the industry by surprise. Because it was the only one of its kind for nearly 2 years, the SL1 became the best-selling Switch in the world. After that, the size of the Switches just kept increasing. The SL1 became the SL10, then the DMS10, then the DMS100. Northern could handle up to 100,000 phone calls through just a single switch.
No way.
Last time we checked in, Northern made just 6% of their own designs. By 1975, that was 50%.
Sheesh.
And by 1977, they were up to 7%.
Okay, Canada.
This was an unrecognizable company from just 2 decades ago. In fact, this newfound success was worthy of a name change. Northern Electric was far too generic. Everything was electric these days. How about Northern Telecom? It was also a perfect time to go public. In 1973, they go live on the...
Drop the Hearn and calm. It's cleaner. You know what I'm saying? Drop the Hearn, drop the calm.
Toronto Stock Exchange. And a couple years later, they made it into the big leagues, Wall Street. During the 70s, Northern had gone from having earnings of $5 million to $111 million, and the workforce grew to 33,000 people. If Northern was an American company, it would have been ranked 160 on the Fortune 500.
Sheesh.
Northern's CEO during this time was a man named John Lobb, and there's a quote from him that has pretty much become company folklore. He would often go around asking employees what the company made, hoping they'd take the bait. When they inevitably answered with switches, he'd hit them with the real answer. We don't make switching, goddammit, we make money. Look, I'm a sucker for unsubtle metaphors. Northern's first president was a literal former sea captain. For almost 100 years, Northern was shielded from the perils of the open market, only ever sailing close to shore. By going public on the stock market, this was Northern setting out to sea, taking a risk that a Canadian company could go global. And lucky for them, the hammer came crashing down at the perfect time.
Oh yeah.
Helping you stay on top of change today and tomorrow. That's the power of networking. buying a phone? Buy the one that phone companies have relied on for over 100 years. Northern Telecom, a voice you'll recognize from a name you know.
Terrible.
Cool it, Rex.
The breakup of AT&T is the picture-perfect definition of hubris. AT&T was the biggest corporation in the world. It employed around 1 million Americans and provided the cheapest and, for many decades, the best phone service in the world. For many Americans, they were the only company you could get a telephone from. And it did so through absolutely crushing business tactics. Although the days of literal sabotage were in the past, now it resorted to brutal boardroom takeovers, political lobbying, and fighting tooth and nail to prevent third-party companies from tapping into its network. It had done all of this with the tacit approval of the US government, which granted it the right to exist as a regulated monopoly, one that had an immense role in the US defense industry. The maternalistic image of Ma Bell, however, had been slowly deteriorating for decades. For some people, AT&T was a brute, a bully whose arrogance had gone unchecked for far too long. Service quality had slipped in recent years, and yet phone bills continued to go up.
Yikes!
AT&T finally overstepped when it tried to crush a new rival, and later attempted to ram a bill through Congress, a bill that once and for all would crown it the one telephone company to rule them all. This pissed off just the right people in the Justice Department, which initiated an excruciatingly slow and complex legal battle that played out over a decade and 4 different presidents. Although it initially looked like AT&T would walk away with just another slap on the wrist, to the horror of the executives, they gradually realized that their behemoth wasn't nearly as invincible as they thought it was. The breakup agreement in January of 1982 is perhaps the single most impactful and controversial event in the history of American industry. Unlike the 1956 settlement, which saw AT&T make a few small concessions, this new ruling was a devastating defeat, and it left a massive power vacuum. AT&T had been desperate to keep Western Electric under its control, but in exchange, they had to watch the rest of their empire be smashed into 22 pieces. The local phone companies, the Baby Bells as they were called, could now buy their equipment from anyone they wanted. And of those 22 Baby Bells, Northern snatched up 21. Former Vice Chairman David Weiss said this: "When the divestiture took place, we found that our customers embraced us in a bloody bear hug. They'd been with AT&T and Western Electric all those years and had been taken for granted. In just a couple years, Northern rockets up to become the #2 telecom company in North America, right behind Western Electric. It's much bigger, but now extremely depressed cousin. Previously, Northern had negotiated an unspoken deal with AT&T that they would stay out of their turf. They would only sell to the independents who despised AT&T. But now, the big bad mob boss had been whacked." The impact of this ruling is obvious on Northern's stock price. You can see in 82, when it becomes clear that AT&T is going to have to give in, that Northern begins to slowly tick up. By the time the breakup becomes official in 84, Northern's stock price is 3 times what it was. It had broken the curse of the branch plan. As of 82, Northern was officially making more money in the US market than in Canada. This was always bound to happen. The market in America is 10 times as big. The real question was how much of it they could capture. The expansion was rapid. Northern began setting up plants in California, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina. Soon there were 13,000 Americans working for Northern. When it came to grand marketing
Canadians are taking our
nothing
jobs.
was too expensive. Northern chartered a cruise ship, the SS Rotterdam, filled with members of the Fortune 500 community, and wined and dined them for days. When an elaborate trade show in Europe was almost shut down due to concerns over poor ventilation, Northern paid to have an expensive hole cut in the roof. With the financial backing of Bell Canada behind them, Northern was unstoppable. Which raises an interesting point. Why did AT&T get broken up, but Bell Canada was allowed to live on? Bell Canada, although it tried very hard, never quite maintained a true monopoly like AT&T had managed to down south. Although at the peak of its power in the early 1900s, it had steadily lost ground ever since. In terms of sheer land mass, the US and Canada aren't that far off, but the vast majority of Canada is extremely remote. Maintaining a presence in the less populated regions proved so costly that service was often unreliable, angering the locals. In the Maritimes, Bell itself had been pushed out by some local rivals. In the prairies, the residents were so fed up with the poor service that the provincial governments bought Bell out and turned them into provincial utilities. Easily the second coolest things the prairies have done for us after giving us universal healthcare. And BC was so far away that Bell never even bothered to try and get a foothold on the west coast. If Bell Canada had a monopoly, it was restricted to the Windsor, Quebec City corridor. the home of over half the population. Bell Canada had achieved the ideal size, the Goldilocks zone, big enough to dominate the market, but small enough that the politicians left it alone.
How about
The few
that?
attempts at cracking down on Bell's monopoly fizzled out as Canada's regulatory agencies were undermined and overruled by the government. And if I had to hazard a guess, I think Pierre Trudeau and his cabinet were happy to sit back and watch the American telephone company implode so Canada could pick up the scraps. The Canadian-American divide of the 50s continued to surge into the 60s and 70s. JFK hated Diefenbaker for his flip-flopping over the Cuban Missile Crisis. LBJ hated Pearson's guts for not backing them in Vietnam. And then you had Nixon and Trudeau, two men who could not have been more different in both personality and politics. Whether it was because of Trudeau's open diplomacy.
Hey, babe.
Brought the tacos.
Tacos! Yes, 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 yes.
You probably want a napkin, right?
I'm very, very hungry for these tacos. God damn, I'm hungry for these tacos. Wait 1 second.
Whoa! It is on. Wow, is this like a Get Smarter Saturday?
It's Thursday.
Yeah, that's why I said like Get Smarter Saturday.
Thanks, babe.
I'm reading the fun comments about like Jewelers, Ed, Chicken Wokes. Get Tharder Thursday. Man, I love a chicken walk.
Yeah, super fun.
Man, I'm looking at the spinning fish.
Yeah, but you're kind of in the way of me, my tacos.
Okay, sorry. All right, thanks.
Thanks, babe. Does your dad like them or no?
Yeah, he did. He did like them.
That's good. I hope he liked them because I wanted his approval on the tacos.
They put a lot of good filling on them.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, they're good, but nothing's ever gonna compete with Tijuana tacos.
Yeah, well.
So get over it, alright?
With China and Cuba, or Nixon abruptly announcing a 10% tariff with no warning, the Canadian-US relationship truly hit a low point in the 70s. It was in this climate that Trudeau's minority government, with a push from the left-wing NDP, created FIRA. The Foreign Investment Review Agency was, on paper at least, a way to block foreign takeovers and screen foreign investment that didn't bring, quote, a significant benefit to Canadians.
What the
FIRA
hell, Canada?
was never very popular. The right wing called it overreaching, the left wing called it toothless, and the left wing of the left wing were over in the corner chanting the words nationalization over and over.
The left wing of the left wing in Canada is called the waffle wing. Do they waffle a lot or do they like waffles?
Trudeau himself had not been much of an economic nationalist. He'd been pushed into creating FIRA by a minority parliament, and by the 80s the Liberals were desperately trying to woo back the private sector. Pierre Trudeau had served one of the longest tenures of a PM in the country's history, and his later years had been dominated by issues of national unity and an economic downturn. The East-West divide that had always existed continued to widen. Trudeau's nationalization of the oil industry had made him a pariah in the oil-rich West. Trudeau, a longtime opponent of Quebec's growing separatist movement, had become increasingly unpopular in the province after he pushed through a new constitution without their approval. And the practice known as the 60s scoop had continued well into the 1980s, where Indigenous children were forcibly taken from their parents and placed up for adoption with white families. Others were placed in residential schools, where any and all semblance of Indigenous language, culture, and heritage were forcibly stamped out. This was not a united country. For a multitude of reasons, there were and still are millions of people living within Canada's borders who do not identify as Canadian, who do not identify with this flag. If there had been a strong nationalist movement in the 70s, it had fractured into pieces by the 80s. Bell and Northern were among the leading voices in Canadian capital that were demanding a changing of the guard. High tech, they said, was the industry that would yank Canada out of its recession. They wanted the government that would lower their taxes and reduce trade barriers for expanding into the newly vulnerable US market. They would get their wish in Brian Mulroney. Mulroney and his Tories delivered one of the most lopsided electoral wins in Canadian history. He was cut from the same ideological cloth as Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. Deregulation, privatization.
Wait, they're also called Tories in Canada? They have the same party names? Is it Labour and the Tories, or do they get rid of it? Liberal and Tories? Okay. Liberals and Conservatives? Oh, they got rid of it. They changed it. Okay.
And the free market. 23 of Canada's 61 crown corporations were privatized.
They got their own
under
Ronald
Mulroney.
Reagan?
FIRA, which was already a rubber stamp
not even
machine
an
at this
actor.
point, was dismantled even further and renamed Investment Canada. Its oversight over new investment was completely eliminated, and its ability to block foreign takeovers was scaled back so much, the act has only been invoked a handful of times since. Mulroney declared that Canada was open for business. He didn't see American money as a threat. He openly welcomed it. As public polling around free trade began to shift, he believed that by adopting it as his party's key policy plank, it would carry them through the next election. Critically, though, he would never have considered it if not for his extremely close relationship with Ronald Reagan. Reagan's advisors feared phone calls from Canada because, quote, he could get the president to do anything he wanted. Mulroney was the only foreigner to speak at Reagan's funeral.
That's crazy.
Without this close relationship, free trade between the two countries may never have been adopted. We've only seen small glimpses of it, but the US has a long history of its own economic protectionism. Several times in the past century and a half, American tariffs have sent the Canadian economy spiraling. When it pulled out of a trade deal in 1850, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs during the Great Depression, the Nixon shock of the 70s, and most recently, Ronald Reagan had been promoting a Made in America policy that threatened to block companies like Northern from America altogether. Canadians weren't necessarily afraid of free trade. What they were afraid of was getting the short end of the stick in negotiations with a country that many perceived as a bully. This was the message of Liberal leader John Turner. He considered himself a proponent of free trade, but not a bilateral agreement directly with the US. It's one thing to negotiate in the context of dozens of countries coming together. It's another to try and negotiate one-on-one with a country 10 times your size. Thanks to TV ads like this one, free trade became the defining issue of the 1988 federal election.
Since we're talking about this free trade agreement, there's one line I'd like to change.
Which line is that?
Well, this one here. It's just getting in the way.
Just how much are we giving away in the Mulroney free trade deal?
It also culminated in one of the most explosive moments ever to happen.
That's funny. That's a pretty good ad. Makes me pissed off at America, and I'm American. That's good. I'll watch it again.
The Mulroney.
There's one line I'd like to change.
Which line is that?
Well, this one here. It's just getting in the way.
Just how much are we giving away in the Mulroney free trade deal?
It also culminated in one of the most explosive moments ever to happen in a Canadian political debate.
I happen to believe that you've sold us out. I happen to believe that once you...
Mr. Turner, just 1 second.
Once any
you
nation,
do not have a monopoly on patriotism. And I resent the fact that your implication that only you are a Canadian. I want to tell you that I come from a Canadian family and I love Canada. And that's why I did it.
We built a country, east and west and north. We built it on an infrastructure that deliberately resisted the continental pressure of the United States. For 120 years we've done it. With one signature of a pen. You've reversed that, thrown us into the north-south influence of the United States, and will reduce us, I'm sure, to a colony of the United States, because when the economic levers go, the political independence is sure to follow.
This moment resuscitated what many had been calling a dead campaign. There had been talks of replacing Turner as leader mid-campaign, but the Liberals surged into first. Ultimately, Turner's past record weighed him down.
It's crazy how one moment, I mean, we're seeing that with this election and fucking Biden in the debate, and just one little thing can fucking one debate. There really is a lot riding on him. Tim Walz had one fucking MSNBC appearance, and now he's VP. It's just crazy.
And the Tories would eventually clinch the election. The free trade agreement would be enacted soon after, and that was that. With the exception of a few staples like lumber or dairy, the playing field had been wiped clean. It was time to get in the ring and start throwing some punches. Northern's success in the 80s was dependent on entering the hostile American market. After having a pair of Canadian CEOs at the helm, it became clear that Northern needed a CEO with connections in Washington. That's how they landed on Edmund Fitzgerald. a former U.S. Marine, part owner of the Milwaukee Brewers baseball team, and the descendant of a wealthy Wisconsin shipping family. Fitzgerald was perfect for the job. As a Republican with extensive lobbying experience, he rallied hard in Washington against new bills that threatened Northern's southward expansion. Although still Canadian, Northern spoke with a fluent American accent when it needed to. The sales numbers spoke for themselves, but the symbolic victories also helped. The telephone switches in the White House, which had previously belonged to AT&T, were now made by Northern. Although America was the main target of Northern's expansion, the 80s was the decade that Northern went global. They expanded into Europe, the Caribbean, the entire Pacific Rim. They truly made history in Japan, becoming the first ever non-Japanese company to install a telephone switch there. And in 1987, Northern had an almost perfect marketing moment fall right into their lap. An earthquake hits just outside of Tokyo. All the switches in the building break as their mechanical parts are torn off. The only exception was Northern's DMS-10, which was fully digital. The trend of American CEOs continued as Edmund Fitzgerald sought out a successor. He chose Paul.
Do you think Canada caused the earthquake in Japan to get the good marketing moment? I just wouldn't put it past them, you know.
Stern, a former IBM exec who he had met while serving on Reagan's telecom committee. One former VP described Paul Stern as, quote, arguably the most bloated ego of anyone I've ever met. He insisted on being referred to as Dr. Stern, which is one of those things that he can technically do, but is also one of the most annoying things anyone can do. He also assumed the 3 top jobs of president, CEO, and chairman of the board at the same time and embarked on a company-wide PR tour on the corporate jet, reminiscent of a political campaign. All the while, he began hacking and slashing budgets, shutting down factories, and firing VPs who looked at him the wrong way. The 90s were a new decade. Northern Telecom had pretty much just been shortened to Nortel by this point. By 1991, they had pulled even with AT&T in the US switching market, with a 40% share. The new Russian president, Boris Yeltsin, even found time to visit the BNR labs on a visit to Ottawa in 1992, where he jokingly tried to pocket a microchip. BNR, meanwhile, had spent the last few decades working on a new way to send phone calls. The pipes that humans have used to send phone...
Jokingly is very funny. I'm joking. It's a joke. Oh, you got me. Misdirection he puts. Yeah. Oh, I steal this one? And he's got another one in his pocket, dude.
Phone calls hadn't really changed much since the 1800s. They started out using iron cables, which, although functional, were highly sensitive to noise and distortion. Early on, many companies made the switch to copper cables, and the world mostly stuck with those for over a century. But now they were hitting their upper limit, and something better was needed. Although they didn't invent the concept, Bell Canada published one of the very first papers on fiber optics in 1966. Using ultra-pure strands of glass, you could pulse lasers to send digital ones and zeros at incredible rates. Unveiled under the name Fiber World, Nortel showcased a line of fiber optic nodes that could achieve transmission speeds of 2.5 gigabits per second.
And I still don't have it in the heart of Los Angeles in the year 2024. This 1990s Canadian invention. I don't have it in one of America's biggest cities fucking 34 years later. With a budget of a lot. I could spend any amount. It's crazy. It's a business expense. It just doesn't exist.
Once again, they had achieved a multi-year head start over their rivals. As the 90s began, Nortel was on the top of the world. Here's a former employee explaining how they did it. The company built great phone systems, and when I say they built them, they really did. They developed their own CPUs, wrote their own operating systems, manufactured all the boards and sheet metal and whatnot. These customers moved slowly. Products were installed and then expected to run for a decade or more, with nothing but backwards compatible upgrades provided during that time. You charged an arm and a leg for what you delivered, and it was very profitable. When you've been at sea for this long, riding the waves of the market, the previous highs and lows begin to feel insignificant. What was once the pinnacle of success is now just a small crest, the halfway point to a bigger and better wave. Nortel had built a 13,000-ton tanker optimized to serve telephone companies, and the sheer momentum of that looked like it would carry them for the next decade. But that momentum would turn out to be a critical flaw. The age of the telephone company was coming to an abrupt end.
Uh-oh.
Our lives are busy.
And now, from Northern Telecom, a solution.
1993 saw a big shakeup in leadership for both Nortel and Canada. Paul Stern's abrasive personality and budget bloodlust was tolerated up until 93 when Nortel's biggest customer, Atlanta Bell, dropped Nortel following a string of reliability concerns. Paul Stern's cuts had reached the R&D centers, and product lines weren't being updated as much as before. Customers were noticing, and they began to lose ground to AT&T again. Previously heralded as a genius, Paul Stern's tactics were now seen as short-sighted, and he was painted as a tyrant. Bell Canada intervened by blocking the appointment of Stern's close friend as president, instead slotting in one of their own, Jean Monty. Furious at being undermined, Paul Stern resigned in protest. The Paul Stern years are not remembered fondly at Nortel, and if he had any lasting legacy, it was beginning the tradition of lucrative golden parachutes. When he resigned in disgrace, he left the company with $5.4 million in compensation. Jean Monty quickly promoted to...
That's nothing. Some of these golden parachutes now are like... Dude, the most famous one that I know is... there was this guy... Why did I forget his name? Michael Ovitz. Michael Ovitz was the greatest agent in Hollywood. He represented all the big superstars. Jack Nicholson, whatever. Tom Cruise, everyone. Okay? Bobby Kotick is a great one too, but Michael Ovitz. Michael Ovitz, at the peak of his power, like the most powerful agent in Hollywood as every star, Disney tries to poach him. They say, you know what? Why don't you stop working for the actors, start working for the studios? Come over to Disney, you can be the president. He gets to Disney. He's the biggest douchebag Disney has ever dealt with. All he does is name drop. He has no ideas. He walks around like a douchebag. He's like, oh, I just got the phone with Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, maybe you know him. He's just awful. And like nobody at Disney likes him, and they're all like serious people that have worked there for a while. Disney at the time is like very dominant. And they eventually just go and say, hey, I won't work for this guy. So I think 8 to 10 months into his time as president, supposed to be president and CEO eventually, but they were doing a trial run. There's like a mutiny, and they basically say him or us. And so the CEO fires him. But his parachute is like, I think it's $100 million, which for the time, I mean, for any time is amazing, but for the time is like absurd. So they pay him like $100 million for 8 months of work to do nothing. And he has never really worked again. He tried to start he couldn't go back to his old company because they didn't want him there either. It was $130 million. I'm sorry, $130 million. $130 million severance package. He tried to go back to being an agent, but it turns out everyone hated him. And they wouldn't let him back in. And he had signed away all of it as part of the deal because you can't represent talent and the studios. So he had signed away all of his rights and all of his stock and everything. He had no... So he was very furious. And then he ended up blaming the Jewish conspiracy for running him out of Hollywood and ended up just fucking sitting around with all his money. A crazy story. Crazy story.
CEO had his work cut out for him. 1993 was the middle of a deep recession in Canada, and Nortel's stock...
I believe he is Jewish. He did not blame the Jewish conspiracy. He blamed the gay conspiracy. I forgot. No. He said there was a cabal of gays. I remember he said, who's the guy? Jeffrey Katzenberg, I think, over it. He had a couple people who were like, these guys are part of the gay mafia. The gay mafia, that's what he called it. The gay mafia of Hollywood has conspired to keep me from success. Very, very hilarious story. Quibi guy. Later known as the Quibi guy, but at the time, different.
Price reflected that. Speaking of the recession, oh boy, did people hate Brian Mulrooney. Plagued by scandals and unpopular policies, Mulroney resigned from politics just months before his party suffered the worst election defeat in Canada's history, forever dooming the PCs to irrelevance. The pendulum finally swung back to the Liberals, seeing former cabinet minister Jean Chrétien ascend the PM's office. If Mulroney was our Reagan, then Chrétien was our Clinton. A Liberal, yes, but a Liberal who had been pushed to the right by a decade of conservative rule. The Chrétien years would be defined by an obsession with cutting the deficit. Housing, healthcare, nothing was off limits as long as the number went down. Chrétien had also partially campaigned on renegotiating NAFTA, a revised free trade agreement that would now include Mexico, but he didn't try very hard. Negotiations had been pretty much finalized by Bush and Mulroney, and reopening the terms was just as likely to kill the deal altogether, which was a political no-go. The asymmetry between the two countries meant that there was very little weight Canada could throw around. Even then, on a personal level, Chrétien was not sympathetic to the Canadian nationalists. As finance minister, Chrétien had once been in charge of FIRA, but he had always felt that American money in Canada was a necessary pill to swallow. Years earlier, he had said that there were, quote, a lot of places in Canada where people don't give a damn who owns what. They want a job. And years later, he said, protectionism is not left-wing or right-wing. It is simply passé. The free trade debate had effectively been settled. This new political paradigm was followed by radical changes in Canada's telecom policy. And by that, I mean massive deregulation. It was a burning down of the entire playing field in the name of increased competition. Bell Canada's monopoly on long-distance calls was broken. Their preferred supplier agreement with Nortel was torn up. Phone companies could be TV companies now. TV companies could be phone companies. Cell phones were a thing now too, and everyone was welcome to take a crack at those. To survive, you could no longer be just a telephone company. You needed a thumb in every pie. The US underwent its own version of this with the Telecom Act of '96. The Telecom Act is mainly remembered for flooding the tech market with a bunch of new capital and planting the seeds for the eventual dot-com bubble. But it also initiated a wake-up call at AT&T. The last decade had been brutal for them. More specifically, Western Electric was weighing them down. All the new Baby Bells and independent telephone companies refused to buy from them because their money would still just be going to their biggest rival. And so AT&T said, fine, we get the message, we'll just spin it off. Western Electric was no more. It underwent a makeover and adopted a fancy new name. Longtime fans might recognize this one. Lucent Technologies. Nortel and Lucent mirrored each other in the same way that the US and Canada mirrored each other. The difference was just size and prestige. Lucent was the industry's 900-pound gorilla, over twice as big as Nortel. B&R was respected, sure, but Bell Labs had 6 Nobel Prizes, and their latest hotshot physicist was bound to win them another. Nortel going public in the 70s was a success, by Canadian standards, but Lucent's IPO? It shattered the world record for most money raised, $3 billion in 1996. Lucent would quickly become one of America's most widely held stocks. If you were betting on either of these two companies, Lucent would be the logical choice.
Watch
but
out,
both
though.
of them, at their core, were telephone companies. Neither was truly prepared for the technological upheaval that was going to define the 1990s. Something more radical, unrestricted, and unpredictable than the telephone.
Cryptocurrency!
You see, there's this new thing called the World Wide Web, a network that brought together text, images, voice, even video, albeit heavily compressed. All of it viewable on personal computers that were beginning to pop up in middle-class houses. The telephone took 50 years to reach around half the US population. The internet did it in 5. As it turns out, the copper wires most people had in their houses to receive phone calls worked just as well when it came to delivering internet traffic. Telephone companies like Nortel were remarkably well positioned to gobble up this new internet market. Or at least they would be if they weren't stuck in their old habits. If Lucent represented the old guard, the establishment, then Cisco represented the next generation. A relatively new company, it was an internet startup fresh out of Silicon Valley. It had blazed a trail in the 80s as the brainchild of 4 Stanford professors and quickly ate up a huge share of the telecom market. Whereas Lucent had decades of AT&T's legacy behind it and a massive scale, Cisco was small, maneuverable, and adaptive. Its CEO was a cool guy. He raced speedboats. And most importantly, it had picked the correct side in a civil war being waged by a bunch of nerds. The two factions were called the Bellheads and the Netheads, and they each had a competing vision for how the internet should be transmitted. The Bellheads were most often legacy telephone engineers who worked for companies like AT&T and Bell. They championed something called ATM switching. asynchronous transfer mode. On the other hand, you had the netheads, fans of IP, or internet packet switching. Netheads were likely to be open source nerds working out of universities, or maverick tech entrepreneurs working out of Silicon Valley startups, desperate to try and disrupt the AT&Ts of the world. The Bellheads loved ATM because it built off the same principles of telephone switching. When you set up a telephone connection, you want a live, continuous conversation. No buffering. You set up a link between points A and B and shut out all other traffic. It's fast and high capacity. It's not so great though if one point along the route breaks down. Now you have to reroute and set up an entirely new connection. That's where packet switching excelled. Packet switching is like mailing someone a jigsaw puzzle, but each individual piece can get split up and take a different route to the destination. It doesn't matter because once they all reach the destination, they just get assembled into, say, an email. IP by its very nature is decentralized, immune to single points of failure, and
It's
notably
like the crypto
very
of it.
hard to track customer billing with, which frustrated the Bellheads to no end. ATM was ideal for the high-capacity optical fiber networks that Nortel and Lucent specialized in, whereas IP was best used with Ethernet cables and routers that Cisco had built its fortune off of. In the 80s, it wasn't super clear who was winning this civil war, but by the mid-90s, it was. It was the netheads. IP was king, and by the end of the decade, ATM was just going to be another forgotten technology like Betamax was to VHS. If you wanted to use the internet, you had to endure this sound and hope that no one else at home was expecting a phone call. No one wanted on-demand, real-time video calls in this era. They were happy with emails, slow-loading websites, and if they were feeling fancy, downloading software from the internet. Activities where buffering and latency didn't matter. ATM was, on paper, the better technology, but the market had committed to IP. Nortel needed to course correct as soon as possible. This is when we meet John Roth. He's what you'd call a company man. A Canadian, he grew up in Lethbridge, Alberta, and joined Nortel in 1969.
I'm just wondering, because if the ATM guys had won, we'd all have fiber optic, right? It would just be drastically more expensive. Well.
Although he went to school for electrical engineering.
Linkus DM? Wait, pause for a second. If you guys don't know, if you just joined, I told Linkus to watch episode 1 of The Boys at his fiance's request. And now we are getting his review 45 minutes later. Let's see. Let's see what Linkus thought of Amazon Prime's The Boys. Here's this. I'll try to do it in my best Linkus voice. Wow. Wow. Girl blows up like a watermelon, and I said, what the fuck, out loud, and just felt shocked. At first, I thought it was going to be a fairly basic and plain show about evil superheroes, but it kept adding more interesting depth to it with corruption and government and other stuff like that. I'm going to binge watch it. I feel attached and want to know more. Great show so far. I sold him. That's marketing at work. That's marketing at work, folks. Okay? I did the pitch. I appealed to his Swedish nature. Fucking 2 hours later, he's hooked for life. Okay? You should consider a career in marketing? Yeah, well, I got a better one now. That's a much harder job, but... all right, let's see.
His true talents were not in design. During his entire career at Nortel, he never made it onto a single patent.
Cringe!
He was instead destined to climb the corporate ladder, and at just 35 years old, he became a general manager, the youngest person ever in that role. He'd break that record again when he became a VP. Next, he hopped on over to president of BNR, Nortel's beloved crown jewel. And later, he pushed for Nortel to get into the wireless market. But his ascension up the corporate ladder was far from over. And by the end of the Paul Stern years, he was president of Nortel North America. By 95, with Jean Monty's remodeling well underway, Roth was made his heir apparent, taking on the role of COO for 2 years before finally getting to wear the big boy pants in 1997. With Monty heading upstairs to become CEO, of Bell Canada Enterprises. The model Canadian CEO is like a Canadian Supreme Court justice. The average Canadian probably doesn't know your name. Certainly something that can't be said for their American counterparts. John Roth was no Bill Gates, and he wasn't a Steve Jobs. His first ever interview as CEO, he seemed deeply uncomfortable with the attention. He was boring. The business press was confounded by him. The Globe and Mail, unable to find something interesting to say about him, instead described his body as lanky and weird. Feels uncalled for. Some people compared him to the nebulous cigarette-smoking man from the TV show The X-Files.
Rizless.
In other words,
absolutely
an enigma.
rizless.
He also had big shoes to fill. Monty had been named Canadian CEO of the Year in '97, after he turned the company around following the disastrous Paul Stern years. As you know from the intro, John Roth will win the same award, but the road he takes to get there is a little bit bumpier.
Okay.
Let us introduce the John Roth threshold.
96, 97, he's climbing. Holy!
This is the stock price on the day he assumed the title of CEO.
He joined when things are already
If he leaves the company above this line, he was a success. Let's see how he does.
Okay.
Just 2 months in, on December 3rd, 1997, John Roth sent out a now iconic email to all 74,000 employees of Nortel. It was entitled The Right Angle Turn. Nortel needed to pivot. If you asked him, John Roth could tell you the exact moment he realized that the internet was the future. Like many millionaires, he's an avid car collector. One day, he was trying to find a replacement liner for the glove.
This is such a relatable story to your employees. One day, while trying to replace the fucking liner of the glove box of my 1966 Jaguar E-Type, I realized that the internet was going to change everything.
Box of his 1966 Jaguar E-Type, but he couldn't find one in Canada. But as he says here, I started poking around and within 5 minutes, I'm in a little garage north of London. A 4-man operation, and he's got my parts. How would I have ever found this person if he wasn't on the web? Truly a man ahead of his time, he quickly got addicted to online shopping and bought a 1950s jukebox and a pool table. John Roth made it clear, Nortel was an internet company now. How they were going to do that was a serious question. This is a point of contention, and I've heard two sides to this. John Roth supposedly went to his technical people and asked them how long it would take to get a foothold into IP. He was told around 2 years, which was too slow for him. On the other hand, I've heard first-hand accounts that Nortel's engineers had a good grasp on IP and had even published some papers on it in their in-house journal. One of those papers even described a device extremely similar to the iPhone a whole decade ahead of time. There appears to be a disconnect. John Roth and the executives he surrounded himself with did not trust their own engineers, that they were dinosaurs who were stuck in their ways. This is perhaps the reason that Nortel made the controversial decision to shut down B&R. In 1996, B&R and its 17,000 employees was dissolved and absorbed into the rest of Nortel. The Bell Labs of Canada no longer existed. The name B&R, beloved by those who worked there, was erased unceremoniously. In the span of just one weekend, the corporate logo cops paid a visit to Ottawa and had removed every trace that the name B&R ever existed. For some longtime R&D folks, it felt like, quote, a dagger to the heart. Why B&R was dissolved is a bit of a mystery. It's possible it wasn't profitable on its own, viewed as a multi-billion-dollar sinkhole that couldn't exist in this new era that saw Bell downgraded from its long-distance monopoly. By some, B&R's culture was viewed as arrogant. They saw themselves as better than the rest, even down to their insistence that they use Macs instead of PCs. They needed to be reined in, brought into line with the same cost controls and accountability as the rest of the company. Executives began to place less emphasis on Nortel as a hardware company and more so as a software company that specialized in networks. If John Roth needed R&D, he would have to find it elsewhere. And thus began the intense speculation of a merger. For months in 1998, there were rumors swirling in the business press that two of the big three may pair up. Any partnership that emerged would almost certainly be able to crush the odd one out. Nortel and Lucent would be massive. Complete domination in the telephone market, and their combined size could easily fund the R&D to catch up to Cisco in IP. A combo of Lucent and Cisco or Nortel and Cisco would be the perfect marriage of legacy telephone tech with cutting-edge IP technology. How far along any of these talks got is unclear. Lucent and Nortel had a huge product line overlap. Any merger would make huge sections of the new company redundant, and rumors of a merger between Lucent and Cisco caused the FTC to jump in and say, hey, we might block this because this is maybe a monopoly.
Right.
There was also a fair amount of personal animosity between the three companies' CEOs that made any deal with Lucent highly unlikely. Richard McGinn, CEO of Lucent, had infamously hung up wanted posters of John Roth and John Chambers inside offices as a way to motivate his
crazy.
employees. A move that the other two found
That is tasteless.
Furthermore, Lucent had recently poached 3 top Nortel execs, and then they went on to sue Cisco over patent infringement. By this point, the only merger that made any sense was between Nortel and Cisco. And so in June 1998, John Roth makes an announcement that would forever change the trajectory of the entire industry. A decision that would set Nortel on the path to become the most valuable company in Canada.
Okay.
John Roth announces that he is buying the IP switching company Bay Networks for $9.1 billion.
Sheesh.
He's buying Cisco's biggest competitor. John Roth had set off a 3-way arms race.
Do you know that sound? Of course you do.
It's the high-speed wireless internet. It can reach all kinds of neat stuff. Oh, cool. Want to see live video of the accident?
No, thanks.
Internet's been around for 2 years and your daughter's already looking up fucking live leaks? That's fucked up.
If you ask a dozen ex-Nortel employees what killed Nortel, I'm willing to bet a third of them would say Bay Networks. Not because it delivered the killing blow, but instead because it was the first of many increasingly bad decisions. It just took a while for everyone to realize the mistake. When Nortel acquired Bay Networks, it was anything but ordinary. It cost $9.1 billion, staggering for the time. Cisco had acquired around 5 companies in the years leading up to it, but each had a price tag that only ran into the millions. Bay was not a small company, and in fact had been the product of an earlier merger. They had around 7,000 employees, most of them in Silicon Valley, all of whom were immediately added to Nortel's workforce. Bay Networks was such a huge ad that Nortel even got one last name change, becoming Nortel Networks. The company's CEO, Dave House, was immediately made Nortel's new president, right under John Roth. The two went on a worldwide press tour where they were seen by some as, quote, Batman and Robin. Yet despite all the fanfare, the purchase was greeted by the markets with a resounding thud. People honestly thought John Roth had blown it. Bay was way over the hill. Their product line had already matured too much, and they had way overpaid. During fall 1998, the stock price tanked, and many thought that John Roth would be out the door far sooner than expected. But then, Lucent blinked. See, Lucent had actually been one of Bay Networks' biggest customers. The Nortel purchase had completely locked them out of the IP space, and management began to panic. And so in January 1999, Lucent buys Ascend Communications, the next biggest company comparable to Bay Networks. Except they paid a much steeper price than Nortel did. A whopping $20 billion. If people thought Nortel...
This is like all the AI acquisitions happening right now. Every company that's late to AI is just paying through the fucking nose for like any team of 8 AI engineers in Silicon Valley.
Had overpaid, then Lucent got fleeced. Ascend had been doing so poorly, brokers jokingly called it ass end. Following this example, Cisco, which had already been buying companies at a frantic pace, went into absolute Pac-Man mode and gobbled up 18 companies in just 1999. The next year, Cisco's grand total would stand at 64 acquired companies. And Lucent was no slouch either. Bingo, bango, bongo. John Roth had every reason to be smug, and he took a shot at Cisco, saying, "We can learn to spell IP faster than Cisco can learn to spell reliable." Look, you gotta hand it to the man. He's got sick burns.
So you're happy with the Bay purchase?
Absolutely.
And you feel you paid the right price?
Well, it looks like a bargain now in retrospect compared to some of the other deals that are going down.
Okay.
Feeling vindicated now, John Roth had permission from Nortel's board to go on a shopping spree.
Oh, shit.
Between the years of 1999 and 2000, Nortel bought a new company at an average rate of 1 per month. Some were small firms with just one exciting R&D project. Others were well-established industry names. Bay networks would remain their most expensive purchase, but more than a few of them crossed over the billion-dollar threshold. Altian Web Systems was grabbed for almost $6 billion, yet another big player in the Ethernet and IP space. Kairos went for $3 billion. With just 90 employees, they were developing a cutting-edge technology that would enable optical switching using tiny microscopic mirrors. This shopping spree was indiscriminate, and at times appeared to lack a clear focus.
Yeah.
One of Nortel's other major purchases was Clarify, an e-commerce firm acquired for $2.1 billion. Exactly why John Roth wanted to take his telecom firm into the world of customer relations software is unclear. Frankly, some of these purchases were made entirely so that Lucent and Cisco couldn't have them. With every new acquisition came hundreds and in some cases thousands of new employees. Nortel ballooned from 74,000 employees up to 95. In some towns like Richardson, Texas and Maidenhead in Britain, Nortel was the single biggest employer. The right angle turn was a full-blown corporate makeover. Employees would walk into the office and see a giant right angle arrow decorating the floor. This was a company that was fast. From 1997, Nortel went from spending just 5% of their R&D on internet to over 60% in 1999. Nortel's fiber technology went from 2.5 gigabits per second up to 10, 4 times faster than anyone else in the world. Nortel used to plan its projects in years, with full life cycles often being decades, because that's what telephone companies wanted. Roth insisted on a new time frame, web years, really just fiscal quarters, because that's how fast the new economy was moving. And he wasn't wrong. Internet startups had exploded in the last couple years. In 1995, Netscape had an IPO that raised almost $3 billion in just one day. It seemed like anyone who could code a website in their garage could become a millionaire overnight. And Nortel had to accommodate that. Just look at the way its marketing evolved in the past decade. This is a sales video from the 80s.
Okay. Meridian One communication systems are leading worldwide with over 50,000 digital voice and data systems installed, ranging in size from 30 to 60,000 lines. Now, whether you need 30 lines or 200 lines, the new Meridian One Option 11 will enhance your business success without the nightmares.
Snoozer.
And this is a new employee training video from around Y2K.
And in joining us, you are instantly connected. So here's what you get.
Advanced technology.
Oh, sexy.
Research and development.
Shaping the way that people will communicate in the future.
Pretty tight, cohesive teams.
This is where the action is.
You are now instantly connected. This is how you connect. This is where you connect.
Welcome to Nortel Networks.
Welcome to Nortel Networks.
Welcome to Nortel Networks.
Even promotions were fast. Tim Dempsey recalls that he spent on average 18 months in any given role. Quote, "We sometimes counted bosses per year instead of years per boss." Another employee I spoke to mentioned that they had 5 different managers in the same year. Some of them they never even met in person. Even John Roth, the person, was fast. The business press had latched on to his obsession with fast cars. Finally, there was something interesting they could write about.
Are you still buying used parts for your 66 Jag over the net?
Well, it's in pretty good shape now, so I moved on to other things. Last day, my wife and I bought some oil paintings over the net.
Meanwhile, in the background of all of this, the rest of Canadian high-tech had undergone what can only be described as a gold rush. Throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, engineers who first got their start at Nortel had been leaving to found startups. And then those startups led to startups, creating a multi-generational family tree that led back to Nortel. Mitel, Corel, Newbridge, Mosaides, Calian, Gandalf, Memtech, Epitech, Lumonix, Sotronics, Nabu, Orchitect, Norpac, Canadian Astronautics, JDS. By Y2K, in the Ottawa region, there were over one...
JDS is so funny. JDS Uniphase, dude. Can I show you? This is... Yeah. This is a famous example. This is JDS Uniphase's stock chart. Fucking just an all-timer, dude. Just an all-timer. Buy the dip. It's bouncing back. It's due.
1,000 companies employing 75,000 people, and 1 in 5 of them belong to Nortel. Ottawa's tech scene in the 1990s actually grew faster than the real Silicon Valley, earning it the nickname Silicon Valley North. City Council even tried to rebrand with a new slogan, which did not go over well. You ready for this? The City of Ottawa. Technically beautiful. I'd make a joke here, but a city councilor already beat me to it. If I called my daughter technically beautiful, she'd hit me. Nortel was proudly Canada's single largest spender of R&D. In 2000, it spent $5.9 billion, which, no exaggeration, is more than every other company combined. The Nortel recruitment process at universities was so robust, some likened it to hockey talent scouts. At one point, 1 in 5 engineering grads in Canada were being hired by Nortel. 1 in 5. If you had a master's or PhD, that rose to 1 in 3.
Crazy.
From everyone I've spoken to, every interview I've read, Nortel in the 90s was one of the best places to work in Canada. You were paid well, and if you wanted to take a training course, they'd pay to send you. The job wasn't just, here, do this task. It was more like, what can I do to make your job easier? A local car dealer told a newspaper that if Nortel didn't exist, half of his customers would disappear overnight. Dress code was lax, no time clock, an in-office gym, and they threw legendary parties every other week. One recruiter called it a corporate Disneyland. And this next...
Well, that reminds me of like Silicon Valley in 2014. You know, working at Twitch. Just fucking parties, beer at the office, free drinks, free meals 3 times a day. Just before Amazon came in and said, hey, that doesn't make any money. You know?
It sounds like a fake fact, and I can't confirm this, but I want it to be true. Nortel may have hosted North America's largest recreational softball league, with 6 different skill tiers and thousands of players. Nortel had transformed the image of an entire capital city. It had helped to rebrand Canada as more than the place where you got lumber, dairy, and maple syrup. Nortel was a company that was defining what tomorrow looked like.
Okay.
And nowhere was this more crystallized than in their latest ad campaign. Nortel had splurged for the rights to use the Beatles song Come Together, an on-the-nose slogan.
They
about
spent
their
on a
new
Beatles song
networking
for the
focus.
fucking ad?
Now, you might wonder, why does a company like Nortel even run ads in the first place? Most Nortel products aren't something the average consumer could walk into a Best Buy and pick up off the shelf. No, these ads weren't trying to sell you on the tech. They were selling you on the brand. The average person may not buy a Nortel switch, but they could certainly buy Nortel stock. Strap in.
What a pump.
You're about to witness a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon I like to call the Toronto stock explosion.
Nortel Networks is changing the way businesses communicate.
Hi, I've got a package for Germany.
And with the internet, that's going to explode.
It's been a hot minute since I updated our little stock tracker back here, and that's because to truly appreciate what you're about to see unfold, you need to take a peek behind the curtain. In the year 2000, approximately 75% of North America's backbone internet traffic was carried through Nortel equipment.
That's incredible.
Nortel was bringing in revenues in the hundreds of millions. But that's not how the stock market works. The stock market, by its very nature, is speculative. People are paying prices based on what they think a company should be worth in the future. So although you can look at things like sales, assets, business deals, acquisitions, a lot of it comes down to guesswork. In 1993, Nortel was bringing in 25 times as many sales as Newbridge Networks, and yet Nortel was only worth 1.5 times what Newbridge was in market cap. Share price is not a reflection of some universal value. There's no formula you can punch a bunch of numbers into and get a single objective number. Sometimes the people trading a stock have no idea what they're talking about. Other times people know a little too much about a stock. And in some cases, the mechanics of the market are just plain being exploited. Due to its peculiar position in the Canadian economy, Nortel had hijacked the rules of the game and had found a way to print money. This is how they did it. Stocks are traded on stock markets. Whether that's in person or through a computer, doesn't matter. A company like Nortel trades on a lot of different markets. London, Tokyo, New York. They sell their shares wherever they're allowed. Same product, different stores. Some markets are more competitive than others. Your company needs to be a big deal to get listed on Wall Street, for example. And even then, you're probably going to be a small fish in a big pond. Nortel did well on Wall Street. In 2000, Wall Street listed its top 20 foreign stocks, and only 4 were Canadian. 3 of them were Barrick Gold, Alcan Aluminum, and Placer Dome. In other words, mining and resource extraction. Nortel was the only tech stock. But where Nortel truly shined was in its home arena, back on Bay Street at the Toronto Stock Exchange.
TSE.
On the TSE, Nortel was the MVP. First things first is the currency issue. Although Canadians often invest in American companies, every time we make a trade, we're taking a small hit due to the currency conversion, which can add up over time. But on top of that, Canada actually has laws that puts a cap on the percentage of foreign securities you can have in certain investments.
Interesting.
Mutual funds, RRSPs, you're generally capped to somewhere.
Oh my God. So everyone's retirement had to hold a few bubbly stocks? Is that what you're telling me? That's so interesting.
20 to 30% for foreign stocks. These two factors explain why Canadians were biased towards Canadian stocks, but it doesn't explain why there was a sudden surge of investing in the year 2000. For that, we can look at 2 recent changes. The first was a change in pensions. I'm very sorry, I have to do this. This is actually necessary. The 2 main types of pensions are defined benefit and defined contribution.
Like the warning.
A defined benefit pension is when both
everyone's
you
eyes
and your
glaze
employer
over.
pay into it, but it's fully on them to manage it. When you retire, they are obligated to pay you an agreed upon amount per month. This is the type of pension that most Canadians had at this point. But by the late 90s, there is a big push to transition over to the other type of pension. In a defined contribution pension, you and your employer both still put money into it, but now it's on you to manage it. You are responsible for your money. Low risk, high risk, whatever you want, but the amount you get at retirement is now entirely on you. The Liberal government was eager to transfer over huge swaths of its employees over to defined contribution pensions. That included the workforces of Canada Post, the Armed Forces, the Mounties, and the gargantuan Public Servants Alliance. That was hundreds of thousands of pensions and tens of billions of dollars that was going to be sunk into the Canadian stock market. Even the Canadian Pension Plan, the old age social safety net for almost half the country, was about to invest its surplus of $2 billion right into the market. This was on top of the pension funds that were already heavily invested in the market, like $35 billion from Ontario's civil servants and $68 billion from Ontario's teachers. The second big increase in investment was due to the capital gains tax. A capital gain is any profit you make on an investment, which includes stocks. At the start of the year 2000, the capital gains rate was 75%, meaning 75% of any profit you made would be considered income and taxed according to your tax bracket. But by February, it had been lowered to 66%, and then to 50% by October. Anytime the capital gains tax is lowered, it leads to a surge of new money flowing into the market. You saw the same thing happen in the US when they cut their capital gains rate in 1997. With more upside to potential trades, the average Joe was willing to try their hand at the stock market. And this was the late 90s too. Technology had made trading more accessible than ever before. In the olden days, if you wanted to invest, you had to go to a bank, get a broker, call them on the phone, and then tell them to make a trade for you. That's so passé. People were quitting their full-time jobs to sit at home on the computer and trade stocks on the internet. You can see here the beginnings of what might turn into a
2021 code.
Canadians need to invest in Canada, so they invest in the latest big name, Nortel, which goes up in price, which then generates positive media coverage, and so on and so on. But we're just getting started here. The wheels are still firmly on this wagon. The last piece of the puzzle here is something called an index fund. Stock exchanges employ a lot of metrics, stats. It's useful to have just one number to track, an index, that represents how good the exchange is doing. Now, you've probably heard of the Dow Jones or the S&P 500. Essentially, they try to boil down the entire market into just the top 30 or 500 stocks. Some, like the Dow Jones, use what is called price weighting, where a company's fraction of the index is their market cap divided by the total number of shares. Others, like the S&P 500, use what is called float weighting. For a given stock, their contribution to the index considers both their total market cap as well as the total number of shares available to the general public. That's 2 variables. If you were to put this into a pie chart, today's S&P 500 looks a bit like this. The behemoth tech firms like Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon take up big chunks because of their billions of shares. But most of the pie is made up of tiny slices. An index fund is a type of investment that tries to track a pie chart just like this. If I put in $1,000 and Google is 5% of the pie, then 5% of my $1,000 goes into Google. Every time the index updates, so does my investment. In the ultra-competitive market of the US,
what if there were 3 companies that were each individually over 6%? And that combined, they were about 20. So about a fifth of all money was going to just these 3 companies. That'd be fucking crazy.
No one company has clear dominance, resulting in a nice and diversified portfolio. I won't see a huge chunk of money disappear if one company goes under. But what if you add a smaller, less competitive market? Could one company with a particularly massive number of shares take over the index?
This is so interesting. I did not...
This is the TSE 300. It's one index that combines the performance of top 300 companies listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. In October 1998, Nortel's share of the TSE 300 was less than 5%, lagging just behind its parent company, BCE. But by September of 1999, it had taken the top spot, grown to 8%. 1 month later, it was 10%, by November it was 11%, and by the end of January, it would be 16%.
Okay, like what I'm saying, that is basically equivalent of what NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple are combined in the S&P 500 right now. That's crazy. For one company to be, that's a level of concentration that's so fucking absurd. It's so much risk for someone trying to get diversification. You're buying 300 stocks, but almost a fifth of everything is going into one.
What is going on here? Well, for one, Nortel's share price is going up, but that's just one half of the picture. You see, Nortel's total share count was rapidly multiplying. Where had all these new shares come from? Normally, the number of shares a company has is fairly arbitrary. A company with 100 shares and a company with 1 million shares could have the same market cap, simply because one has a much higher share price. Sometimes companies undergo what is called a stock split. They multiply the total number of shares, say by 2, and divide the price of each share by 2, keeping the total market cap the same. Nortel in its history had undergone 4 stock splits, 2 of them under John Roth, a fact he was happy to brag about. However, a stock split in a vacuum is neither a good nor a bad sign. It's just an attempt by a company to draw in new investors by making a single share more accessible. It's not like John Roth could just keep doing it like an infinite money glitch. The market would be quick to punish him and take Nortel's stock price. He could go and print new shares as part of employee stock options. And in fact, he did this many times. Nortel was notorious for handing out stock options like candy. Even the janitor got some. Over just a few years, he had printed a hefty 161 million new shares. This too, though, wasn't something he could do over and over. Many of Nortel's largest shareholders complained that their shares were being diluted. If Nortel wanted more shares, they would have to get creative. Enter the butterfly plan.
Okay.
So by this point, Nortel's parent company, Bell Canada, now renamed BCE, owned the largest chunk of Nortel's shares, 39%. So John Roth, although powerful, couldn't unilaterally make decisions without first getting the approval of his boss, Jean Monty, and the rest of the board. Without Bell's monopoly money and a preferred supplier agreement, Nortel would likely have gone under decades ago.
Okay, they need daddy.
But BCE wasn't a monopoly anymore, and Nortel had quickly outgrown its parent. In the year 2000, BCE's stake of Nortel made up 78% of BCE's total value. Think about
this is like after, this is like the end of Yahoo's life. 2016 Yahoo, I think they owned $30 billion worth of Alibaba stock. And it was worth so much more than everything else Yahoo still had. Like Yahoo as a company was worth like maybe $1 billion. And then they had $30 billion of Alibaba stock they owned because they invested early. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly how, but I think they spun it off into its own company that all it did was own Alibaba stock. Because the Yahoo part was dragging that down. It was dragging just the part that sat there and owned Alibaba.
About that, this is the country's largest telephone, internet, and TV provider. Nortel's revenues had grown 26% in 1999. The entirety of BCE's other holdings only grew 5%. Owning Nortel right now seems like a good problem to have, but Jean Monty wasn't entirely pleased with the situation. Nortel distorted BCE's numbers so much that the market was likely undervaluing BCE's stock price. And because they no longer had a majority stake, he was fine with simply divesting their shares. That would mean more autonomy for both BCE and Nortel, which would allow Monty to pursue his goal of creating a domestic media empire. Thanks to the deregulation of the past decade, later that year, BCE would go on to acquire the country's largest private news company, CTV, as well as a major newspaper in the Globe and Mail, as well as dozens of local news stations. Selling off Nortel would allow both companies to divide and conquer, with BCE...
We love media conglomerates, don't we, folks? We love when so many of our different papers and news organizations are owned by the same few people. It's good. You get a lot of different opinions. It's awesome. Love that.
Taking on media and Nortel taking on tech. The question was how to give away the shares. You would think that they would just sell them, make a killing, and pocket the cash, but the resulting tax cost would be immense. So they decided to instead push that onto the shareholders. They came up with a plan known as the butterfly distribution, where for every BCE share that you held, you'd keep that share, but also gain 0.78 Nortel shares. And the total amount of Nortel shares would be split, doubling in number. If you're lost, that's honestly okay. But the bottom line here is that there were now an additional 502
So they just gave it to their shareholders.
Nortel
Okay.
shares on the open market. Before this, BCE was the most widely held stock in Canada. Now, it was Nortel. This immediately increases Nortel's weighting on the
it goes
TSE
higher?
300. The butterfly plan brought Nortel from 16% up to 26%. 1/4 of the entire
That's
country's premier stock
disgusting.
exchange was
That's
simply
such a disgusting level of
But
concentration.
we're not done here. We've got room to keep
Oh
going
my
up.
God.
The butterfly plan was a one-time thing. If John Roth wanted a license to print shares, he needed a repeatable strategy. He found one in Bay Networks. I said earlier it cost Nortel $9.1 billion to acquire them, but I didn't mean $9.1 billion in cash. No, Nortel had paid for it with shares. John Roth had gone to the company treasury with the permission of the board and printed 134 million new shares, which were handed over to the executives and employees of the newly acquired company. Now, there was a little worry about share dilution, but so long as the share price continued to go up, John Roth was able to keep his investors happy. The TSE 300 immediately accounts for all these new shares in Nortel's weighting. This, in turn, causes all index funds in the country to go out and purchase more Nortel shares, which has the cyclical effect of raising Nortel's share price, which also, again, factors into Nortel's weighting. Can you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Nortel acquired 18 companies in 2 years, and of the $30 billion it had spent, $22 billion was paid for with shares. The shopping spree had injected 972 million new shares into the market. And here's another thing. Not all of these shares printed for these acquisitions were actually available on the open market. If you print a bunch of new shares and give them to employees, they're getting a gift for free. Understandably, they don't know if the stock price is going to go up or down, and it's in their best interest to just sell them immediately and make a profit. Millions of shares being dumped right after a...
That's what my boss at Twitch told me when I got my Amazon shares. Thank fucking God I didn't listen. Thank fucking God. Actually, I probably did listen and it was too lazy. It seemed like such a pain in the ass. Thank fucking God, though. I remember him telling me that verbatim. Verbatim. Like, you don't know. Like, if you think it's going to go up, you should buy Amazon stock today. But if you're not doing that, then you have no idea. So you should sell. Yeah, okay. It sounds right. And then I went home and played League of Legends or played Shardbound.
The buyout looks bad on Nortel. Hence, the buyouts usually included an escrow clause. The employees of the acquired company are given the Nortel shares, but they can't sell them until the end of an escrow period, which could be anywhere from 6 months to a year and a half. And yet, even though these new shares aren't technically public, the TSE 300 still increases Nortel's weighting. This triggers another round of index funds trying to buy shares, except there are fewer shares available to actually meet this new demand. This artificial scarcity drives Nortel's share price even higher, which in turn increases its weighting, and around we go. Are you following? Starting in 1998,
following.
Nortel had
I've
gone
been
from
talking
having around
about
500 million shares to over 3 billion. Nortel had exploited the intricacies of the Canadian stock market so badly that by the summer of 2000, it made up 38% of the entire Toronto stock exchange.
That is such a dereliction of duty.
Does this make sense? Does this seem fair? I promise you it shouldn't. And then things got worse. So, those index funds we were talking about, with Nortel continually eating more and more of the TSE.
Think about it like from the point of view of a pension. Someone's pension is going to buy for their retirement. 40% of the money they're putting in is going to one company at the peak of its value. That's not diversification at all. It's like that's the riskiest portfolio you can imagine.
Pi, index fund managers had to buy more and more Nortel to fill up their clients' portfolios. But sometime around late 1999, they ran into a snag. See, there's actually a law in Ontario that prevents mutual and index funds from having more than 10% of their value in one stock. Maybe you see the issue here. Nortel was now more than 10% of the pie. It was illegal for index funds to match the TSE 300. And that was a problem. See, the reason people go to professional investors is that they're supposed to know better than the average person. But with the market being anywhere from 15 to 25% Nortel, unless your investment manager was a savant or a psychic, there was no reliable way for them to outperform the market. Thanks to aggressive lobbying efforts, on January 28, 2000, the Ontario Securities Commission introduced what many people called the Nortel rule. Nortel was not explicitly named in this change, but it was the only company the rule impacted. Index funds were now allowed to go over the 10% cap. Mutual fund managers were out of luck, and they were still stuck at 10. The TSE 300 throughout most of the year 2000 was mockingly called the Nortel Index, because all it really told you was whether or not Nortel had a good day or not. At some point, you would think that someone in charge would step in and say, hey, this is kind of like passing a law where you don't have to wear a seatbelt if the car is a convertible and you have the roof down. Safety regulations are optional so long as you're trying to do something cool.
That is a base law.
But no. Remember the Canadian pension plan?
There you go.
80% of it was an index fund tracking the TSE 300.
That's
retirement funds, pensions, personal portfolios all over the country were packed to the gills with Nortel. Canadians were bombarded with Nortel everywhere they looked. It was on the news, it was in commercials. Maybe they knew about it because their uncle worked there, and his stock plan was paying for his new kitchen. Or maybe their buddy made $3K off of Nortel thanks to a good trade the other week. Now they've got FOMO. They want to get in on the bandwagon too. They want to make money, obviously, but, deep down there's probably a little part of them that's, patriotic. They're happy they're supporting the home team. Maybe Canada doesn't make its own cars, or make its own movies. And you know what? We don't even make switches. What we do make is fucking money. In March 2000, at the very height of the dot-com bubble, Nortel had finally surpassed Lucent's market cap.
Holy
the mouse
shit!
had eaten the elephant.
Holy shit! Canada on top forever! Drake will win versus Kendrick! Canada will win the hockey league, the NHL.
And on July 26, Nortel set its all-time stock price record of $124.50. With a market cap of $400 billion, it was the 9th most valuable company in the entire world. But there was a leak in the boat. Maybe some of you caught it. I certainly glanced over.
Nvidia swings more than $400 billion in a single day. Every day for the past week. But have your moment, Karen. It's a different time.
See, paying for a company with shares instead of cash is not some infinite money glitch. Of course not. If it was, why would anyone ever pay with cash? Despite what the headlines on Nortel's press releases said, Nortel was not doing so hot. The truth was always out there, hidden in the fine print. Nortel hadn't turned a profit in 4 years. An enterprise that had existed for over a century would not make it out of the next decade. This is Nortel, and this is how it broke Canada.
That's absurd. Look at that Jimmy High Roller, dude. Holy, what a...
Hey, are you dying to watch part 2?
That was a great video. That was a fantastic video. Damn, do we want to finish it? How long is the second part? If it's a full hour and a half, I think I can't do it. Let's see.
Big thank you to Nebula for
It is. It's an hour and a half. All right, we'll have to do it tomorrow. I'll watch tomorrow, 100%. 100% we'll watch tomorrow. Absolutely. And I'll do other things tomorrow, too. We'll do a big stream. Big stream tomorrow. But it's midnight. Ari's parents are here. That was a great video. I mean, obviously, I knew it would be good. Everyone recommended it, but that was fantastic. It's right up my alley. Right up my alley. Extremely interesting, and I can't wait to see what happens. I'm assuming it ends by going even further to the moon, and everyone in Canada becomes a millionaire, and they laugh all the way to the bank. And to this day, Nortel is still the biggest and most powerful company there ever was. That's an awesome ending. Happy. We'll watch it tomorrow. I think now we are going to watch Nortel Part 2. Nortel Part 2. And I can catch, if you don't watch Part 1, I can catch you up pretty easy. Although he might do it in the video. Part 1 was amazing. It was a great, interesting...
Big thank you to Nebula.
...business documentary. And what's cool is
thank you to Nebula
you are joining right at the peak. The entire first part of the Nortel documentary was covering its dramatic rise from being a small offshoot Canadian branch of an American monopoly. They slowly but surely established their own company, their own brand, and their own technology, and rose to become the most valuable company in Canada. At one point, comprising something like, what was it, 46%? Am I crazy? It sounds too high. 30% of the Canadian stock, 38% of the Canadian stock market. That means every Canadian that was investing in their retirement, if they put $1,000 in, 380 of that was going to the fucking one company. It was absurd. It was absurd. And that is where they're at right now. They're at their peak of their stock price, and surely only good times are ahead. Okay? And this is right around, of course, the rise of the internet and the dot-com bubble in the late 90s, early 2000s, where the internet's going to never stop growing and everything's the future, and Canada is at the forefront. And every company has to buy their internet switches for the future. Okay? We're going to watch that starting now.
Sponsoring this video. When the Edmund Fitzgerald launched in 1958, it was the largest ship to sail on the Great Lakes, just 1 foot below the maximum allowed length of 730. The ship was named for Edmund Fitzgerald Sr., president of Northwestern Mutual out of Wisconsin, and spent 17 years hauling iron ore, setting its record of around 28,000 tons. Because of its imposing size, recognizable colors, and the music it played over its speakers, the boat became a local legend on both sides of the US-Canada border, and earned it the nickname the Titanic of the Great Lakes.
That's not a nickname you
During
want
its history,
as a boat. Just in general, if you're a boat, you don't want to be called the Titanic of anything.
The ship was not without its close calls or minor accidents, but each time it survived and continued on its journeys. And then came November 10th of 1975. After spending a little over a day sailing east on Lake Superior, the Fitzgerald and another ship, the Anderson, began to enter into rough waters. With wind speeds reaching almost 80 kilometers per hour, the captain of the Fitzgerald radioed the Anderson to say, "I have a bad list, I've lost both radars, and I'm taking heavy seas over the deck."
Yikes.
They lost radio contact at 7:10 p.m. Minutes later, the Fitzgerald entered into a squall, a highly localized black storm cloud, at which point it disappeared from the Anderson's radar, and the ship and its 29 crew members were never seen again.
Wait,
The
for
wreck
real?
was found 4 days later, 500 feet below the surface, a dozen miles outside Whitefish Bay.
That's surprising to me. I did not think there was so much activity on a lake, even a great one. Oh, thank you for the gifties, real and legit Doug. The real legit Doug gave 5 gifties. Well, that has to be you. That has to be you. Thank you so much. It's basically an ocean. It's not basically an ocean, bro. The lakes are big, don't get me wrong. They're not up there with oceans. I leaked the fucking video I just showed you, bro. I leaked the video I just showed you. The Great Lakes are not equivalent to ocean. That's not a controversial take. The Pacific Ocean and Lake Superior are not in the same weight class.
Bay. It had been torn into 2 gigantic pieces. The lifeboats hadn't been launched,
Thank you,
suggesting that whatever
Doug
took it
Official.
down happened
Real.
too fast to react. Although they're called the Great Lakes, their sheer size is such that they're more comparable to inland seas.
Well, that settles that, doesn't it? They're not comparable to inland oceans. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that right now. Don't say get fucked. He didn't say oceans. He said seas, which we can meet in the middle, but it's certainly not ocean. Okay?
Lake Superior is the largest of the 5, with enough volume to fit the other 4 lakes with room to spare. The weather conditions are often unpredictable and even violent. The waves on Lake Superior that day, particularly on the eastern side, reached an astonishing height of 11 meters. That's as tall as a 4-story house. With the
Okay.
Fitzgerald weighed down with 26,000 tons of cargo, water would have crashed down above the deck by over 4 meters.
Sorry, go one second. The largest recorded wave on an ocean, a real ocean, is 18 meters. Just interesting. Interesting that like these paltry waves are like even considered scary. It's like mostly, it seems very lake sized.
And although it's exceedingly rare, if the air pressure system was just right, a rapid frenzy of wind can generate a rogue wave over twice the height of the surrounding crests, a column of water so imposing that it would register on a ship's radar. The exact mechanics of the sinking to this day are unknown and widely disputed. Even the famous Gordon Lightfoot song captures the multiple possibilities with this lyric. They might have split up, or they might have capsized. They may have broke deep and took water. What exactly sank the Edmund Fitzgerald is a mystery that will never have just one satisfying answer. The best we can do is to analyze the wreckage and make our guesses.
North, east, south, west, everywhere. Northern Electric serves you best.
In April 1999, Nortel's general counsel, Clive Allen, dropped a bit of a bomb during a roadshow in Ohio. Now, Allen was set to retire in just over a month, and allegedly thought that his remarks would stay within his relatively small audience. He said that Nortel and other tech firms, quote, owe no allegiance to Canada,
Yikes.
and alluded that Nortel may be considering a move to the States, unless the feds slashed its tax rates. Just because we were born there doesn't mean we'll remain there. Canadians shouldn't feel they own us. The comments from Allen, were not well received by Canadians. One 72-year-old shareholder said...
This is how every fucking corporation thinks, though. You know, fucking Apple's headquartered in fucking Ireland. They're all fucking moving tax havens.
His remarks were gratuitous and nasty, and that nowadays everybody just thinks of themselves. I feel what Allen said was very offensive. Nortel may not owe allegiance to Canada in a legal sense, but it certainly benefited from its close ties to Canada. It was collaborations with the National Research Council and grants and loans from the government that helped kickstart the microelectronics boom in Ottawa. and Nortel had enjoyed years of R&D tax credits.
Yeah.
One estimate in 1993 pegged the total tax credits at around $880 million, and it would be well over $1 billion by Y2K. NAFTA was supposed to have evened the playing field, give Canada a chance to expand into the US. But between 1985 and 2002, there had been roughly 10,000 foreign takeovers of Canadian companies, 6,400 of which were by US companies. 97% of the $140 billion Canadian that had flowed into the country had been spent on foreign takeovers. Was Canada open for business, or was it up for sale? And now the one Canadian company that had broken that cycle was talking about abandoning them. No one wanted a repeat of the Quebec Nordiques moving to Colorado, only to go on to win the championship the very next year. The very idea that Nortel would move down south was...
I don't know shit about hockey, but I assume that's a fucking hockey team going to Colorado and then finally winning. That's very funny.
Insulting, but not unprecedented. 50% of Nortel's sales were in the US compared to just 10% in Canada. The majority of its employees were now American. The recession years under Jean Monty had seen their fair share of Canadian plant closures and relocations. Bramalea, London, Amherst, Canada saw a quarter of its workforce cut, many of them unionized, in favor of the cheaper labor available in countries like Mexico and China. And since '97, Nortel had been spending less and less money on political donations in Canada, instead sending more money to Democrats and Republicans with each passing year.
Well, that's good.
Following the controversial comments, John Roth had to go into damage control mode, saying that Allen, quote, communicated very poorly and was not authorized to speak on behalf of the company. Instead, John Roth tried to reframe the issue.
Well, the big issue is that there's a huge incentive for basically people in the upper income. And a lot of our jobs that we have in Nortel basically pay very well. And there's a huge tax differential now between the take-home pay that somebody would experience if they had that job performed in Canada versus they performed the job in the United States. And I think the government really has to pay attention to the fact that a lot of upper income jobs are moving to the US. And this is going to reduce the Canadian tax base in time, and is going to basically impact the standard of living that we all enjoy here in Canada.
This wasn't about Nortel leaving to the US, but instead that Nortel was losing its best and brightest to US companies. On average, one Nortel manager a week was being poached by a US company in the year 2000. One Nortel executive was approached midway through his vacation in Greece and was flown out to Silicon Valley that day. They also offered to have his wife flown out so she could view a selection of hand-picked houses and see the various school districts. It doesn't matter that you work for the richest tech company in Canada. US tech has unfathomably deep pockets. One Silicon Valley recruiter explained it like this: optical networking equipment is not something a couple of guys in a garage can create overnight. There is no one in the valley who knows how to do optical transport. We have to import all our guys. Canadian engineers were being offered huge raises, stock options, and yes, even hockey tickets. That last one does sound like a sweet deal on paper, but keep in mind the hockey team was probably the San Jose Sharks.
Bro, there's so many people on NVIDIA that love the Sharks. I can't get into it. There would be guys. I remember this. I'm not gonna say his name, but he's high up at NVIDIA. He would always show up in the Sharks gear. See that? You catch that Sharks game? No, I didn't. I missed this one. I didn't catch that one.
I've been assured that this is a very funny sports joke. The company behind that particular stunt was Optical Networks, of which Cisco was an investor. And Nortel was so infuriated by its antics, they filed a court injunction to stop them from stealing their employees. It had poached 19 employees in 11 months. Worse, Nortel was alleging that those employees had been targeted because of their knowledge of trade secrets. The last time Canada experienced a brain drain like this was right after the Avro Arrow. When the project was shut down in 1959, rather than converting the plant to civilian...
There was leaked emails, I think, from Apple. There's a great... I love to read corporate emails that get public, like the Sony ones, the Apple ones. I like to see how CEOs talk to other CEOs. It's very interesting. It's very fascinating. And there's a classic Steve Jobs email where he gets 2 Apple engineers poached by Adobe, and he emails the Adobe CEO. By the way, this is collusion and is illegal. And he basically threatens like, hey, if you're going to poach any of our guys, we're going to poach all of yours. I thought we had an agreement, hint, hint. He doesn't say it like that, but it basically says, Like, hey, if you try to, and you know what that is a conspiracy between two employers to keep wages down. Because if they could both poach each other's people, then they would have better opportunities and make more money. But yeah, he says one of our policies is gonna have to change. Let me know who. This is it. Yeah, this is it's Bruce. Adobe is recruiting from Apple. They have hired one person already and are calling lots more. I have a standing policy with our recruiters that we don't recruit from Adobe. It seems you have a different policy. One of us must change our policy. Please let me know who. It's tough, but it is 100% illegal collusion. Okay.
Billion aircraft, 14,000.
What makes illegal collusion? Adobe and Apple agreeing to not give offers to each other's employees is a way of keeping the market for those employees down, making their wages lower. They should not be able to collude at all as competitors. They should 100% be out in an open market for employee talent that makes the wages rise up to whatever their demand is. The reason they do this, the reason Apple will be mad about this, is because it causes their salaries to go up. Is that really illegal if they have agreement not to do it? Yes, it is illegal. 100%. The employees could sue. It's against labor laws. You cannot have a monopoly. Actually, it's happened. This has happened. They've been sued. I think Microsoft, Apple, and another big tech company got sued for this, for colluding to keep wages down.
Of Canada's best engineers were unceremoniously laid off. Guess who benefited from that? Those Canadians immigrated down south and went on to play a not-so-minor role in the founding of a little organization called NASA. John Roth was arguing that this saga was repeating. In his eyes, it was no wonder that highly educated Canadians
founded
immigrating
NASA?
down south. They got higher salaries, better stock options, and their taxes were lower. Highly paid tech workers would be unlikely to require things like public housing, and job offers from Silicon Valley companies often came with cushy private health insurance. If Canada wanted to keep those PhDs north of the border, then they obviously had to cut taxes. That was his argument, at least, but the validity of it is hard to evaluate. One study between 1997 and 2002 found that on average, 23,000 university-educated workers left Canada each year for the US job market. And in 1998, Statistics Canada confirmed that yes, a brain drain was occurring. However, it was small, much smaller than the one during the 50s and 60s, and more than offset by a brain gain from people immigrating to Canada, by a factor of 4. And on top of that, a later study from 2013 found that this brain drain was often temporary.
Yeah, the only thing that mass cutting taxes will do is make your society a hellhole that people don't want to live in or come back to. It'll exacerbate the income inequality. It'll increase homelessness, you know what I'm saying? Reduce social services, make it more punishing to reach poverty. It's a very, very short-term mindset. If you make the best place to live, people will come there. People will immigrate in.
Around 50% of graduates who moved to the US later moving back to Canada. There are clearly some additional, harder to quantify variables at play here. But here's the thing. This is about a narrative, and John Roth had a narrative that the media loved.
Twitter just published an update and exploded? Wait, what do you mean? Wow. That's working. It took a while to load. It's taking a really long time to load, but it's working. Didn't explode. Don't lie, bro. You're fucking with my vibe.
Nortel had ballooned so spectacularly that it was worth more than the rest of its own parent company, BCE. His quotes were being published every other week in newspapers.
Wait, it's actually broken? I mean, I just loaded it. Let's check. Is Twitter down? We'll go to down detector. Oh, something's happening for sure. Yeah, for sure. For sure something's... Hey, where's the fucking Garm guy who's telling me how Elon was big winning? Where's that guy at? Where was the fucking guy to start a stream? She's proper fucked. Wait, maybe it's an app problem. Let's see. What are we gonna do without the other everything app? Dude, why wouldn't I want to spend $100 million on ads here? Yeah, my app's not working. Interesting.
He was on TV talking about the brain drain. John Roth...
If Elon sabotages X, can he somehow get out of his debt? No, dude. What kind of cartoon world do you... How would that work? The company's been his for a long time now, years. What? There's no. I mean, yes, they can declare bankruptcy 100% and then give it back to and the banks will own it. Yeah, they can do that. But Elon can't hijinks his way out of the debt.
Was not simply a Canadian CEO, he was the Canadian CEO. His rhetoric was being echoed by the leaders of the two conservative parties, who began to demand for further tax cuts. The culmination of this was a widely publicized feud with Finance Minister Paul Martin. The role of Finance Minister is generally one of the most sought-after cabinet positions, and Paul Martin was particularly influential. After coming in second behind Chrétien in the party leadership race, Martin had been biding his time ever since, stoking internal divisions within the party, and would successfully force out his boss in 2003. What this means is that John Roth was sparring with a future prime minister. Quote, Canadian taxes are too high. They are driving out top talent, the Gretzkys of high tech. And Martin would hit back.
So Canadian pilled. To bring Wayne Gretzky in every conversation.
Do I believe that some people leave Canada and that these are the kind of people we should not lose? Yes. Do I believe that they leave because of taxes? No. As much as the government tried to argue against it, politics is about optics. In February 2000, Paul Martin introduced what amounted to $58 billion in tax cuts and a significant overhaul to the tax bracket system. With an election becoming increasingly likely as the year dragged on, Paul Martin delivered a killing blow to the conservative platforms by unveiling a second mini-budget in October, which added even more cuts and sped up many of the changes promised in February. By one-upping the opposition on taxes, and with healthcare as a further wedge issue, the Liberals cruised to another huge majority in November of that year. John Roth had gone toe-to-toe with the future Prime Minister, and he had won. For this saga, Time Canada named him Canadian Newsmaker of the Year. Although most Canadians were focused on changes to the middle tax bracket, for the John Roths out there, the real headline was the corporate tax rate, which would be dropped from 28% to just 21% over the next 5 years.
That's good for
Employee
inequality.
stock options also got a revamp. They now had a built-in tax deferral clause, meaning you wouldn't owe taxes until you sold your shares. And of course, the capital gains tax, which as we saw last time contributed significantly to the Canadian stock craze. It started the year at 75%, but was down to 66% in February. This would have been the end of it, but then the Tory government on Ontario said, hey, we're going to lower ours to 50%. Not wanting to be outflanked on taxes in an election year, Paul Martin said, fine, we'll do it first. And so by October, he had slashed it again and brought it down to 50%, which is where it stands to this day.
Okay.
In a global financial market that was so often dominated by American companies, John Roth had done everything he could to level the playing field. But still, Nortel lacked one key trick that Lucent and Cisco had access to. And John Roth had a plan for that as well.
Analog and DFT, how much better can it be? Anesthetic on the floor, I can take it anymore.
I don't think I want to pay this anymore.
To understand the root of Nortel's problems, you have to go back to a PR incident in late 1998. See this plunge in price? It was caused by 12 words. The recent Bay Networks purchase was not an immediate slam dunk. The company had not been without its own issues. It had been formed from the merger of two other tech companies who had overlapping product lines, and some of its senior employees had jumped ship. At $9.1 billion, many observers thought that Nortel had way overpaid. And by fall 1998, it wasn't clear if Bay was helping Nortel's cash flow. Nortel had just released some earnings numbers that didn't factor in the Bay purchase, even though the two companies had already merged. At their annual investor meeting in late September, Nortel's then CFO, Wes Scott, got up on stage to try and clear up the confusion. Referring to their projected annual growth of 14%, he said something to the effect of, in the high teens with Bay included, and low teens without Bay. Technically, this was not new information, and yet he hadn't even finished his sentence and a room of 500 people had entirely vacated. All the analysts had left to tell anyone who would listen to cash out of Nortel and to do it fast. In the days that followed, Nortel lost 20%, or $9 billion Canadian in
Buy the
value.
dip!
Since announcing the Bay purchase, they were down by 50%. One audience member remarked, it was only 12 words. That works out to $750 million per word. It was a hard lesson for Nortel. This stock price crater had undone basically all the gains that had been made under John Roth's tenure as CEO.
I remember at NVIDIA, when crypto first crashed. This is before AI was really talked about. And it was just a GPU company. It was like maybe my first year there, maybe a second. And all the GPUs were sold out because of crypto. And so everything was selling like fucking gangbusters. And all the earnings reports were good. And the stock, it's been split so many times, the number doesn't matter, but it was like 300, you know? And then the crypto bubble burst the first time before it came back. And there started to be a ton of GPUs piling up as like used in secondhand. And the next earning wasn't so good. And the stock dropped 50% like that, like fucking insta. And I remember walking around the office and everyone was fucking moping, talking about I should have sold. I should have sold at 300. Good thing you fucking didn't, bro. Good thing you fucking didn't if you held on. But I 100% remember that vibe. I remember Shroomed, actually. Have you guys know Shroomed? He's a Melee player. It does. He works at NVIDIA. He did testing for NVIDIA. I think he still does. And he was just fucking despondent. He's like, I was about to sell. I was this. Yeah, Dewan. Good that you didn't, bro.
He was approaching his threshold. The lesson here was that frank honesty is bad for the stock price. You gotta give investors only what they want to hear. Wes Scott was booted from the CFO role early the next year. He would be replaced by Frank Dunn, a longtime ally of John Roth. From this incident onwards, Nortel would concoct a new type of financial reporting: earnings from operations. I already know that for most of you watching this, your eyes just glossed over. I get it. It sounds like an Econ 101 term, something straight out of an accounting textbook. But it's deceptive. These three specific words, in this specific order, is not something you can find in a textbook. It's an invention entirely unique to Nortel.
But it's not unique to Nortel. All these fucking shit companies do this. They do adjusted EBITDA. They do innovation focused EBITDA. They do all sorts of fucking financial terms that basically say, here's a way to show all the money we're making without all the costs associated with it. Because those don't count. Those don't fucking count. They're all, there's a million different terms that they've all used. They've always found fancy ways to say it. It's always just a way to say we're making money and ignore our costs, because often their costs are greater than what they made. Often it's a bad business. It doesn't work, but they don't want to count that, you know? It'll be like, let's say you start a fucking pizza delivery robot company or whatever, and you do sell, I don't know, $500,000 worth of pizzas. You would be like, wow, look at this growth number. We sold 200,000 last year, 500,000 this year. But what you take out of your report is that you spent, $1 million and then $2 million on marketing just to get that much. You know, because people don't want to fucking do it. So you have to do these promotions and deals, and that's what it is like. It's all ways of trying to show growth while ignoring the fact that your costs are rising at a higher level. The only thing that really, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can look at, but the best thing, the most pure thing to look at is free cash flow. Free cash flow. What actual cash is coming in left over after everything? If you can look at free cash flow and that's growing, almost always the company's doing good. Almost always. Free cash flow is what you want to look at.
A smokescreen that hid just how bad things were from investors. So there's this thing in the US called GAAP,
he's going to explain it.
Right? Generally accepted accounting principles. Essentially, a big group of accountants, the FASB, come together and make a set of standardized rules for reporting a company's finances. It makes it so you can compare different companies on a level playing field and helps investors make informed decisions. It's not technically a law, but if you're a publicly traded company, the SEC can issue fines if you don't follow GAAP, and even private companies tend to follow it so they can get loans from banks. Now, Canada at this time had its own version of GAAP.
Crap.
Nortel, which was owned by a Canadian parent company at the time, was required to follow Canadian GAAP, which was frustrating for Nortel because it meant they couldn't take advantage of the highly controversial Opinion 16, aka the pooling rule. When you buy a company, you're paying for two types of assets, tangibles and intangibles. Tangible assets would be physical stuff, like offices, factories, equipment, employees, stuff that has a clear dollar value. The intangibles, though, are harder to quantify. This might be brand recognition, customer relationships, or in this new exciting .com era, the future potential of R&D. If I buy a company for $10 million, but they only have $3 million in tangible assets, that means I paid a premium of $7 million. This premium is called goodwill, and goodwill has to be recognized on your balance sheet, subtracting from your revenues as a rapidly depreciating asset. Here's where the controversy comes in. Way back in 1970, the FSAB had drafted Opinion 16, a rule that dictated how companies report expenses after a merger. When two companies of equal size merge together, say Exxon and Mobil, they take all their shares and combine them into one big pool. The assets have been combined, no money has traded hands, and so it doesn't count as goodwill. However, by the 90s, corporations realized that the pooling rule could be abused. It didn't just work for a merger of two equals. It could be applied to one company buying another. A big company prints new shares and swaps them with the employees of the small one. There is no pooling taking place here. Shares have traded hands. But because those employees were now part of the big company, the pooling rule technically applied. As long as you paid with shares instead of cash, the pooling rule effectively made the acquisition free. It was like goodwill never existed. Now, the FSAB wasn't dumb. They realized what was happening and wanted to scrap pooling as early as 1996. The problem was that they faced intense lobbying efforts.
I thought cash was part of it, but I don't remember. Was the Amazon acquisition of Twitch all stock? I do know that all of our Twitch shares got swapped for Amazon shares. 1-to-1, by the way. That was the come up with a cinch. But I don't remember if there was cash involved. Twitch acquisition, Amazon cash or stock. It was all cash. I guess they just changed your equity as an employee. Yeah, it was all cash. The owners got all cash, and then all the employees got switched. Okay, interesting.
From tech companies, who sunk millions into the pockets of Republicans and Democrats, particularly in California. The tech sector sunk around $40 billion in political contributions in just the year 2000. Despite this, the FASB continued to fight back, and eventually managed to get the pooling rule scrapped, a change that would take effect on January 1st of 2002. Of the big three telecom companies, only Cisco could make use of pooling, and it took advantage every chance it got. Nortel couldn't because it was stuck following Canadian GAAP, and Lucent couldn't until late 1998. This was a condition of its spin-off from AT&T. that it couldn't use pooling for the first 3 years. You can see how this would be endlessly frustrating for Nortel and Lucent. Just 3 months after their ban on pooling expired, Lucent made its first major purchase in January 1999 with Ascend Communications. Now it was just Nortel without a free money glitch. So what did Nortel do? They did it anyway. The thing is, there is nothing preventing a company from publishing their GAAP numbers and then also publishing a different set of numbers that make their company look better. So long as you clearly define which ones are GAAP and which ones aren't, there is nothing illegal about that. You could bury them in the fine print, or you could publish your annual report on a big news day so no one pays attention. This type of creative accounting fueled the entire dot-com bubble. You had startups worth billions of dollars on the stock market and yet had no products and no revenues. They were just offices with a few computers, a website, maybe a foosball table. The 1990s were the wild west of investing, and it became almost impossible for financial analysts, much less the average person, to decipher the dozens of different GAAP versus non-GAAP numbers. It was like apples
Never
versus
trust
oranges
non-GAAP
versus
numbers
prime
ever.
rib steaks. To be clear, what Nortel was about to do was not unique, and it was not illegal. Nortel was just doing it at an unimaginable scale. And so, under the new CFO Frank Dunn, Nortel released their annual report for 1998. In it, the cost of the Bay Networks buyout was simply not factored in to the headline numbers. Buried at the bottom were the GAAP numbers. What would have been a $569 million loss under GAAP was a $1 billion profit under Nortel's nonsense numbers. Here's another headline. Revenues up 22%, up to $4.4 billion. But buried at the end of the paragraph is the GAAP number. The quarter actually saw a loss of $470 million. As Nortel continued to buy around one new company a month, their financial situation continued to worsen. Paying a premium in shares costs way more than paying with cash. Shares are inherently more risky. Their value can go up and down at the drop of a hat. A company about to be bought out is going to demand a big premium. Qterra, for instance, had been valued at around $68 million the year prior, only to be bought by Nortel for $3 billion. I have a hard time believing they went up in value 40 times in just
overpay.
1 year. Of the nearly $22 billion spent on goodwill, only $450 million of it was paid using cash. One estimate by analyst Al Rosen says that if they had paid with cash, Nortel could have saved $13.4 billion. Were these acquired companies even profitable? Were they bringing in new revenue? Nortel made it impossible to tell. They weren't kept as distinct subsidiaries. They were absorbed in the existing corporate structure. Their revenues all mixed together in an opaque sludge. And the acquisitions were hardly efficient. Many product lines overlapped. Nortel now had 2, maybe 3 divisions working on competing products. Of course, all of this doesn't matter so long as the stock price goes up. As we saw earlier, Nortel's already distorted presence on the Toronto Stock Exchange allowed it to exploit these buyouts to further inflate its share price. As long as the stock stayed steady and the orders from customers kept coming in, they would never feel the cost of those acquisitions. And here's the kicker. Executive bonuses weren't paid according to GAAP numbers. They were paid according to Nortel's custom accounting. By selling his shares in August 2000, John Roth cashed out for $36 million.
Interesting. What a good time to cash out. I wonder if he had any knowledge of the underlying unhealth of the business when he did that.
Go by his yearly salary, it would have taken him 30 years to earn what he had just made in 1 day of trading. In the 4 years he was CEO of Nortel, he raked in around $130 million. And during his 4 years as Nortel's CEO, Nortel hadn't posted a single profit.
It's just defrauding massive amounts.
I gather the results might have
This
been...
guy's actually based. All he did was defraud all of Canada. He defrauded every average Canadian citizen out of a little bit of their money so he could get rich and his friends could get rich. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
better if you've been able to fulfill more orders. How are you going to deal with those bottlenecks?
Well, we've been working that very aggressively, as you might imagine. This is one of the problems you'd like to have from time to time, but we don't want it to last too long.
Success a nightmare? It may seem that way if you don't have the right tools to handle it.
The dot-com bubble had burst on March 28, 2000. All those internet startups had finally burned through their venture capital money. The tech-heavy NASDAQ index begins to plummet. That year, 14 dot-com companies ran Super Bowl ads for around $2 million each. And later that year, 2/3 of those same companies went bankrupt. The business models never took off, and only the most hardened players, the Amazons, the eBays, managed to stick around. Logically, you would think that when the...
If you ever want to read a good business piece of writing, go read Jeff Bezos' shareholder letter to Amazon shareholders in 2001. It starts off with just one word, ouch. They lost 90% of their value in like 3 weeks. It's it's really good. It's very strong. It's like a very refocusing on the core. I don't know. It's good. It's good business writing.
When the dot-com bubble burst, the telecom bubble would immediately follow. But that's not quite what happened. Just because a bunch of California yuppies in their parents' garages couldn't put together a business plan doesn't mean the sky is falling. The Nortels, the Ciscos, the Lucents were planning for the future here. Just like the race to build the early cross-continental railroads, this was a race to install the world's fiber optic networks. If you build it, they will come. People were still going to need the internet. The three-way race continued well into the summer. By July, there were rumors of yet another massive buyout. Nortel was in talks to acquire Corning. Corning is the company when it comes to glass. They were the ones who made the glass for Thomas
Why
Edison's
would
light bulb.
Nortel buy
These
Corning?
days, they were known for mass-producing the thin strands of glass used to transmit binary laser pulses, fiber optic cables. The magnitude of this deal cannot be
$100
overstated.
billion.
It wasn't meant to be, however. Rumors of the deal caused Nortel's stock price to rocket up even higher, causing Corning's investors to panic, and the deal was abandoned. This is the absolute peak that Nortel will reach, $124.50. They will never get back above this line. Go ahead and take in the view, because it will only last a few weeks. Nortel had spent the past year as the darling of the Canadian stock market, but if you go looking...
Love the guys right here, who fucking saw the buying opportunity. Everyone right here said, wait, whoa, discount, cha-ching. I am the smart investor. When there's blood in the streets, I buy. I am genius. I am very smart.
Nortel had spent the past year as the darling of the Canadian stock market, but if you go looking for them, you can find a handful of Nortel skeptics who predicted the inevitable fall with stunning accuracy. Al Rosen had been one of the first to raise the alarm bell on the earnings from operations nonsense, and he advised his clients to stay well away from Nortel. Ross Healy was notable for going on live TV and predicting a drop to $8 per share by September.
Good call.
But it was Paul Sagawa who truly understood the danger that Nortel was in. He had spent months talking to dozens of telecom companies, asking anyone who would pick up the phone. The answers he got didn't just spell doom and gloom for Nortel, it predicted a black cloud for the entire telecom sector in 2001. The demand for internet traffic was growing, absolutely, but nowhere near the levels that market analysts were pulling out of their asses. One consulting firm predicted that between 1999 and 2003, you'd see traffic go from 350,000 terabits to 15 million. That is a 10 times increase per year, 4 years in a row. Author Douglas Hunter points out that the telecom industry was a near perfect analog to the race between British railway companies in the early 1800s. Companies often ran parallel tracks to the same destinations, but there simply weren't enough passengers to use all of them. What happened next was mass bankruptcy and consolidation of the rail industry into just a few powerful players.
So it happened with this big world-changing technology, the railroad. It happened with this big world-changing technology, the internet. There's no possible way. It's different now, right? AI is so different. There's no way that humans would follow the exact same pattern where we get overexcited at the first signs of the technology and rapidly overinvest and overinflate the value, and then eventually only the good operators emerge on top after a turbulent time in the market. We learned our lesson. We're smarter now.
Nortel was still the darling of Bay and Wall Street, but its detractors had begun to knock a few dollars off its share price by the fall. And with its share price slumping,
History is not a good picture of the future. Facts.
Had to slow down on its acquisition spree. After closing 2 more deals in early October, there wouldn't be another for several months. But John Roth was defiant as ever. It isn't that Nortel is overvalued, it's maybe that everything else is undervalued. Late October was critical.
It's not us that's wrong. Every single other stock in the world is undervalued. That's such a funny way of. It's the children who are wrong. Let him cook, bro. That's so fire.
It's maybe that everything else is undervalued. Late October was critical for Nortel. Investors were eagerly awaiting their third quarter numbers, and hopes were high. But October 25th turned out to be a disaster.
All you gotta do is miss once.
Nortel was going to miss analyst expectations.
I told you. All you gotta do is miss once a little bit. A tiny bit. I swear to God, if NVIDIA earnings comes out and they're like, yeah, we met expectations. We're a tiny bit under, 1% under. It's a fucking collapse. It'll be, I'm telling you, they have to beat it by a lot every time to keep this level of valuation going. It's so stretched. And they might. I mean, I have no reason to believe NVIDIA won't have another gangbuster earnings. But if they ever have one that's just a little off, the market's going to reprice it so fucking quick.
By 1 cent per share. It was an underperformance just barely below expectations, but the market is unforgiving. Nortel loses $80 billion in one day. The TSE has its worst day in 13 years because of it. So many Nortel shares are being traded that it brings down the TSE's computer systems and traders have to go through Wall Street instead. By the end of the week, $120 billion had been simply erased from existence, and Nortel fell from 32% to just 24% of the TSE 300.
Oh, just 24.
Autumn was a chilly wake-up call after a blistering hot summer season. October 25th is the biggest single-day loss in Nortel's history. But as dire as that sounds and looks, it was not the end of the world. It's important to take a moment and get some perspective. This graph is so warped, so blown out of scale, that every number that isn't this one feels like a colossal failure. But every time that Nortel has fallen down in the past, its stock has climbed its way back up. Think about how the people who bought the dip in 1993 feel now. If you bought here, Jean Monty quadrupled your shares by the time he left. And if you bought the dip in 98, John Roth multiplied your shares by 9 times. Do you still doubt it? Are you going to miss out again? Individual investors loaded
I love
up
this.
Again.
This is so.
Pension plans loaded
This
up.
is such a. This is a great video. Bobby Broccoli, you've done an amazing job, but this is a perfect encapsulation of the mindset I see from some people on every stock nowadays. On every single stock, they're just so convinced that there's not a chance that some companies go down and stay down. That every dip must be bought, that everything will buy back. That it's so pervasive nowadays, and I don't necessarily blame them, especially if they're young, because we've had 30 years of that basically being true because of 0% interest rates, free money, like companies can't fail. But in an environment where that's different, it's going to be a wake-up call. Some people are going to be left holding some bad cards. I know it for a fact. We can't have interest rates this high for this long and not have some tide come out.
Nortel was nothing if not resilient. You couldn't say the same for Lucent, who had spent much of their fourth quarter of 2000 stepping on a bunch of rakes. They revised their earning predictions twice, down from 24 to 18 cents per share, losing them almost $8 from their stock price. Because of this, CEO Richard McGinn was fired by the board. Then on November 21st, they admitted that they overstated their sales by $125 million, lopping another 2 cents per share from their targets. Can you imagine that? You have thousands of accountants and you can't even get your own numbers right?
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
Is it embarrassing? We don't think there was a little bit of a nudge to to make the numbers plausibly deniable a little better.
Late September, it had lost.
Susan Wojcicki died? That's really sad. I don't really want to talk about it though because she's clearly too young. Oh, it was cancer? That's really sad. But I'm sure it's personal for the family. I mean, very sad. She was the former CEO of YouTube. Sounds like she had cancer. Sad. Sucks. Cancer sucks. But I don't know her personally. Never met her. Don't know much about her, to be honest. I don't want to make a huge deal out of it on my stream because that would seem I think in poor taste. Well, finish the video. But I feel bad for her and her family.
It's 56% of its value, dragging down Nortel and Cisco with it. During the same period, Nortel was down 48% and Cisco 36%. It was bad news for all telecom companies, but Lucent had fallen a long way since their record-setting IPO. It had tried to grow too much, too fast. All those companies it had gobbled up to compete with Nortel and Cisco were being ejected again. It had spun off two major divisions as Avaya and Azure Systems. Nortel was smugly watching by as Lucent tripped over its own feet. If this was still a race, it was now only between Nortel and Cisco. On November 30th, John Roth was given the honor of ringing the bell that signaled the start of the trading day on Wall Street.
So everything that we're seeing here that is happening with Nortel, it happened bigger with Cisco. I understand this is a very good story to tell, and its impact on Canada. I didn't know enough about Nortel. I didn't know enough about its impact on Canada. I didn't know any of this. It's fascinating. I'm glad he's telling it. But like this same story can be told also about Cisco and bigger. Cisco at one point wasn't number 9. It was number 1 in the world. It was the most valuable company in the world at the peak of the dot-com bubble.
Although it tends to be an honor given to American CEOs, that day it was Nortel's 25th anniversary of being listed on Wall Street. John Roth gave a speech later that day, and given the circumstances, he was well within his rights to be a little petty. Quote, "We grew 40% this year. We'll grow 30 to 35% next year. A lot of people would like to have that problem. Nortel does not have a problem." This infamous quote would haunt Nortel for years to come. By the end of December, John Roth had been awarded Canadian Newsmaker of the Year, as well as Canadian CEO of the Year. The stock recovered over the holidays thanks to an overall market rally in the new year, and it seemed that Paul Sagawa's prophecy of disaster had been oversold. But then, Cisco blinked. In January, CEO John Chambers had finally spoken into existence the words that every investor feared. Quote, "Is the economy slowing? Absolutely." For Cisco, the first quarter of 2001 was going to be, quote, a little more challenging. Cisco wasn't ringing any alarm bells yet, but it was clear that they weren't going to promise the moon either. But on February 6th, Cisco completely throws in the towel. It announced to investors that it would be earning 1 cent less per share than initially predicted.
Disaster.
Their stock price is pummeled and loses 20% in just a few days. By April, they'll be down by half. Meanwhile, in the background, Nortel had just quietly cut 4,000 jobs. There is no official public statement. It's not until January 10th that the media hears rumors of job losses at Nortel.
What you have to understand is, like, when a company is valued, you know, I'm using NVIDIA as an example. I think NVIDIA is a better company than both of these companies, so I don't want to be super unfair here, and I obviously have a lot of reasons to like NVIDIA, but I'm using an example. When a company is valued at $3 trillion like NVIDIA is, but only has earnings, you know, only revenue of a few billion, like way, way lower, it's because the market is pricing in so much future growth. So these tiny 1 cent losses aren't about or 1 cent under expectations. It's because it shows a growth line that is flattening or even going down. And everyone had been predicting, you know, like they draw it out like this. Good at paint. You know, it's like, this is what the market is predicting for growth. You know, whoa, like this. But if you're telling me that your expectations are like, you know, it's like this, and that's when they announce that, you know, it's 1 cent less. Then suddenly the hockey stick doesn't look so vertical. Suddenly it's like, oh, it could even be like this, or, you know, then all of a sudden all of this area that's been priced into the stock gets lopped off all at once. This all gets removed instantly because all this future value that everyone thought was happening. That's why. So it's not like that one quarterly report matters. It's just that it's a signal that to the market that, oh wait, the growth is over, that we're at the top of the curve and not like the middle of this giant hockey stick. Sorry, I'm not a good artist, but hopefully that made sense.
At which point, Nortel unleashes a PR offensive. Any sales deal or new customer was broadcasted by the PR team. Didn't matter how small the deal was, any good news was championed like a monumental saving grace. To quote analyst Ross Healy, it was like the Hudson's Bay Company reporting the sale of every 31-inch television set. There was so much good news pouring out that bad news had no room to breathe. Then for good measure, a Nortel spokesperson says the reporting of layoffs is exaggerated. You see, they're cutting jobs in slower divisions so that they can hire more in faster growing divisions. If you think about it, by the end of the year...
This is happening now at a lot of companies. I don't want to spoil Monday, but the companies are saying the same thing right now. Not necessarily the big three. I'm just talking about in general. Like a lot of companies now are trying to like do layoffs in a stealth way and say the right thing and yeah, layoffs for growth. I mean, the guy that was in chat at the beginning, we're becoming a tech company, so we have to lay off fucking 600 people. Is this graph the rate of growth or is it the earnings? This graph is just stock price. The graph I was drawing was earnings and expected earnings.
Will have hired back the same number of people. Those aren't layoffs. That's just strategic reallocation. The spin seemed to work, and the markets rewarded Nortel by stopping their slide. 2001 Nortel was going to be meaner and leaner.
Meaner and leaner, baby.
But then there were some disturbing reports. One internet company, ICG Communications, had just declared bankruptcy. Although there was no public record of any specific dollar amount deal with Nortel, Nortel had been listed as one of their technological partners. Soon after, Bookham Technologies announces that they're reducing orders from Nortel. On its own, it's a neutral statement. Maybe Nortel had found a better supplier. But enough about that. We've got a major piece of good news again. Another acquisition, the first since the October crash. Nortel was buying a laser division for undersea fiber optics from JDSU. $2 billion worth of shares. The deal is set to close on February 13th. The news that would come just 2 days later would trigger several class action lawsuits. Earlier in February, there had been a meeting in North Carolina. The CFO, Frank Dunn, is in attendance. He's getting updates from division heads on their sales forecasts. The first to speak was Greg Mumford. Sales are slowing down in the optical division. Frank is momentarily shaken. Then he lets other people speak. Wireless, it's going down. Enterprise, down.
Oh no!
Everything is going down. Quest, MCI, all of their customers that had promised a certain amount of business were now having to cancel orders because they lacked the money. Most of those deals had been done using vendor financing. Nortel promised deep discounts and loans in exchange for their business, but they couldn't even pay for those. And yet Nortel had already recorded those as sales even though they hadn't been paid for yet. Nortel switches were sitting in warehouses still on the pallets they were delivered on with nowhere to go. By some estimates, these heavy-duty fiber networks were only supporting 7 to 14% of their total capacity. There just wasn't enough internet activity to warrant the existing orders, much less any new.
Imagine this says AI activity. Because we sure are spending a fucking lot of money. A lot of CapEx from a lot of companies. Trillions on AI data centers. I sure hope that every fucking American and every company is going to start using it for profitable reasons.
New ones. Nortel was about to drive off a cliff. Scratch that. They had run off the cliff months ago. This was the moment where Wile E. Coyote looks down and he realizes he's about to fall. Stunned silence in the board.
My new laptop has a dedicated AI button. What the fuck am I supposed to use it for? You really? Your laptop has a dedicated AI button? What does it do? Is it Copilot? It's kind of interesting. When you press it, what does it do? Is it a voice assistant? It's like a clippy button. It just brings up Copilot. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. I guess they're just like trying to really push it.
boardroom. How had they missed this? How had no one...
It automatically buys NVIDIA stock. Every time you press the fucking button, it buys Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google.
Seen this coming. In reality, lower-level managers in Nortel had known about this problem for months. In San Diego, September 2000, Tim Dempsey, an HR exec, was running a leadership workshop. All of the managers are pulling him towards their table and begging him to listen. You gotta tell John. Tell John what exactly? The marketing numbers aren't real. What's fake exactly? Peel the layers and you'll see that the assumptions are that end users will buy networks from each of our customers. End users only need one network each. All the numbers are inflated.
Yikes.
These warnings never made it to John.
Yikes.
Instead, they were suffocated by the rigid bureaucracy of the management hierarchy. John Roth had surrounded himself and stuffed the board with yes men. While he was busy telling investors what they wanted to hear, his own executives were doing the same to him. Dave House, the former CEO of Bay Networks,
That's 100% his fault. I mean, that comes from a culture of punishing people for telling you the truth and probably rewarding them for telling you false info. Well, it's not like it's happening to him. It's happening because of him.
He stuck around at Nortel for about a year before he left. But after just 6 weeks, he shared with Tim Dempsey his opinion on the rot that infected Nortel. I have never seen a bigger group of liars in my life. I'm astounded that you don't tell each other the truth. There's a culture here to lie to each other, to protect your turf, to protect your ego, to protect your business, to protect your customer relationships. To protect what? I don't know. But you don't tell each other the truth. In this moment, Frank Dunn doesn't understand all this. He just knows he has to make a phone call. John Roth is not in the building. He's not even on the same continent. John Roth would later describe his shock at the news as comparable to when he first heard about the attack on the World Trade Center later that year. A press release was being drafted, and it would go public in a little over a week. On February 8th, Nortel's CTO William Ha abruptly leaves, cashing in his stock options, although mostly at a loss. He sees the writing on the wall. Soon, Don Smith, president of Optical Internet Solutions, also leaves. Nortel won't publicly mention these departures until a week later.
Yikes.
On February 15th, it seems like just another trading day on Wall Street. The regular trading day ends without incident at 4 p.m. Just minutes after the closing bell, though, internet trading forums start going berserk. They've just been fucked. Nortel has issued a press release, and they've changed their forecast. Nortel was not going to hit its target. That much was clear. When Nortel missed their earnings by just 1 cent per share last October, they lost 25% of their stock price in 1 day. When Cisco missed their earnings by 1 cent per share, the market slaughtered them. And of course, Lucent had their traumatic fall from grace when they had to lop off 2 cents per share, and their stock was nearly cut in half. The question was, where in this range will Nortel's correction be? Nortel's original target was earnings of 16 cents per share. And this was their correction.
So they're losing -4%.
They didn't just underperform. Their projected gain had turned into a projected loss.
That's so
funny. The next day, so many Nortel shares are dumped that it crashes the Toronto Stock Exchange several times. Nortel is cut by 33%. $44 billion is just
smaller than I thought, but I assume it was because
the
they...
Financial Times summed it up in just one sentence. It's a wonder
EFT!
there's any red ink left in Canada.
We've known for some time that job cuts were coming, but we didn't know where.
Now we do. Today, Nortel Networks announced 950 more layoffs in Canada, 750 right here in Ottawa.
Robert, more than half of Canada's 24,000 Nortel employees work here in the capital region. And tonight, most of them are in the dark.
At first, it starts slow. Last November had small layoffs. Employees assumed it was just routine, the bottom 5% being cut loose. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was only fair. Now, though, rating systems began to emerge. Everyone had to be ranked on a scale of 1 to 5, but there was no minimum threshold you could meet.
It's like the greatest way to make employees hate each other, turn on each other, backstab each other, destroy morale, pit teams against each other.
No level of productivity that could save you. Someone had to be a number one. Someone always had to be at the bottom. And then the paranoia sets in. You don't want to be a number one. You need to set yourself apart. Maybe you're the laser guy around the office. That's your thing. Before, you probably would have taught the new guy the basics, get him up to speed. It would make your job easier. But now, that would just make you replaceable, disposable. That's your thing. You need that to be your thing, because hoarding knowledge is the only thing that's going to save you from being a number one. Initially, Nortel had begun announcing layoffs based on location, but soon, that stopped. Instead of knowing up front, you simply had to wait and see. One man had packed up his things and moved from Vancouver to Ottawa for a job offer, only to find out it had been rescinded by the time he got there. Before the bubble, Nortel had several divisions like Extreme Voice, Extreme Data. If your group had Extreme in the name, it was almost guaranteed you were gone.
That sucks.
Nortel was riddled with bloat. The acquisition spree had been made hastily and without any concern for overlapping product lines. You might have 2 or even 3 competing teams whose products overlapped, and only one would ever make it to market. Tim Dempsey recalls an HR exec bragging at a meeting that Nortel was world-class at downsizing, like it was something to be proud of. That Cisco's refusal to downsize was a weakness. People would congregate in the bathrooms just to talk about who might be next. Employees would avoid being at their desk out of fear of having the phone ring, of seeing their manager's name show up on caller ID. One day you'd look in the calendar and see a huge meeting room booked by your manager and someone from HR you didn't recognize. It would always be scheduled at a weird time of day. Security was always nearby in case someone didn't take the news well. Sometimes they wouldn't even say your name aloud. They didn't even afford you that dignity. Your name would be flashed on screen in a PowerPoint jammed in between a dozen other names. Sometimes the entire product team would be called into an auditorium, and you'd be told, if you didn't attend the earlier meeting, you've unfortunately been let go. Managers often knew days ahead of time. Company rules forbid them from giving advance warning. Sometimes, though, they would break the rules, do the bare minimum, and tell people to start looking for jobs. For some, being fired was almost a relief. To have to continue on at Nortel not knowing if you'll make it through the next week could be agonizing. Quote, their whole life is in a stall pattern right now. The culture was changing too. No more free snacks and meetings. Managers stopped buying rounds of beers at the pub. Something that used to be benign, getting Nortel to sponsor your charity golf team, was now being denied. In March, managers could no longer award bonuses outside of designated periods. All exceptions had to be run up to the president for approval. Every single business trip had to be approved by your boss's boss's boss. Company cell phone? Nope, give it back. At the very least, they bent the rules for the company's softball league. Former employees were allowed to keep playing. The emptiness was pervasive. Massive parking lots, which used to take 5 whole minutes to walk across, now only needed 1 or 2 rows. Whole buildings were now ghost towns. Entire floors were just empty. One of the few benefits of this emptiness was that Nortel would let laid-off employees use their old cubes to job hunt for an entire month. Cool. One final kindness. And then 9/11 happened, and the already tough job market.
Damn, really kicking them while they're down, dude. Really getting kicking while you're down. Bro, you get fired, you get laid off, and then fucking top it all off, 9/11. What a...
get dried up even more. 60,000 people had been let go, and Nortel's Canadian cousins were just collateral damage. JDSU cut 50%.
Very inconsiderate of Osama bin Laden, yeah, not to at least wait until they're back on their feet.
15,000 jobs, and was moving its headquarters to San Jose. Newbridge had been bought out by French company Alcatel. Bookham's CEO said that Nortel very nearly killed them. Corel, which had taken on Microsoft in the software space, had been pummeled into submission. The dream of Silicon Valley North felt like it was over. Nortel is ubiquitous here. You could throw a stone into almost any office and you'd likely hit someone who used to work there. But there's almost a missing decade. This is something I've observed firsthand in my working life. You have my parents' generation, still working in tech after surviving round after round of layoffs. And then you'll see plenty of people my age, new grads, interns, people still in school. Where did the middle go? Where are the youngest Gen Xers and the oldest millennials? A Statistics Canada study found many years later that of the high-tech workers laid off in this period, 4 out of 5 of them did not go back into tech. 2 in 5 of them left the city altogether. Those who were laid off went in every direction. Some took a year off and spent time with family. Others immediately went back to search for jobs in an increasingly dire market. Those willing to gamble even more went out and founded startups on the back of napkins while they commiserated at a local pub. Others completely changed career paths. Some became photographers, contractors, farmers. Others opened up cafes. Brian Beattie was laid off from Nortel and later became a bus driver. He said that even carrying around up to 72 children wasn't nearly as stressful as working at Nortel was. Others, like Roxanne McLaren, had to have difficult conversations with their children. They wouldn't be able to send them to college that year. When the layoff started, Roxanne said it was like a day full of deaths. Neither of my parents worked for Nortel, but they had plenty of friends who did. My dad worked with people close to retirement who had to completely reschedule their life after losing much of it on the stock market. Hundreds of thousands of dollars gone in an instant. My family was very lucky. Making ends meet was not something I ever had to consider as a kid. Although my mom got laid off twice, my dad kept his job. I was too young to realize what had happened at the time when my mom was laid off for a second time. But I was just happy that now she could pick us up after school. 2001 to 2003 had been brutal. It had been agonizing, but it was not the end. Nortel, despite everything, had come out the other side. Canada's industrial titan was only bruised, not broken. It just needed a good captain to get it back on course.
Okay.
That was the question on everyone's mind. Who is going to replace John Roth?
One slip is one too many.
It's
I don't think I've ever had 2 days that were the same.
Everything changes, by the minute.
The stunning forecast reversal in February of 2001 initiated a single-day loss of 33%, or $44 billion in market cap, completely gone. The whole industry was undergoing a nuclear winter. Lucent stock had cratered by 99% from its peak and had now fired 2 CEOs. Even the prestigious Bell Labs was embroiled in scandal, as one of its physicists was accused of faking dozens of Nobel-worthy research papers. Cisco, the most resilient of the big 3, was still down 86% from its peak. However, it was Nortel's blind arrogance as it entered the dark cloud of 2001 that made its fall from grace the most dramatic.
More dramatic than 99%?
July 2000 and its lowest point in October of 2002, Nortel stock had lost 99% of its value. $400 billion in market cap, just gone, losing it the title of Canada's most valuable company. It was now worth less than it was at the start of the 80s. And in late 2002, the Toronto Stock Exchange would replace the TSE 300 index with one that was far less exploitable. Its place in the Canadian economy would never be the same. 2 months after his disastrous forecast, John Roth announced his retirement. Or more accurately, the announcement of the future announcement of his retirement. Although you might assume the board was forcing him out, it was actually the opposite. John had always planned on leaving in 2001. He said as much when he interviewed for the job. He wanted out before age 60. John Roth, despite everything, was still somehow viewed as the most competent person to fix this mess. The board desperately needed him to stay on because the truth is, the line of succession was in chaos. Reportedly, John had taken his hands off the wheel sometime in summer 2000 to give his handpicked successor some practice. COO Clarence Chandran. Nortel had nearly lost Clarence in '96 when a local rival had tried to poach him for their CEO role. Nortel learned of this and went into panic mode, promising Clarence a guaranteed fast track to CEO right after John Roth left, and he had been the heir apparent ever since. But now Clarence was leaving too. Years ago, he had suffered a stab wound during an attempted robbery. Although he had taken time off to heal, the old wound was flaring up again, and it was making his job impossible.
That's crazy.
When Roth learned that his protege wouldn't be able to replace him, he was furious. Getting to sit in the CEO chair at Nortel may have seemed like a dream job in January, but by April, it was a death sentence. Reading outside speculation from the time is fascinating.
Yeah, not very fun to be CEO after the crash. Pretty much everyone fucking hates you. All the investors hate you. All the employees fucking hate you. The press hates you. Yeah, you just want to get the fuck
Because
out.
all of it was completely off base. The Ottawa Citizen had a list of 6 possible successors, both inside and outside Nortel. But Nortel's board picked someone so out of left field, he didn't even make it into a top 6 consideration. Frank Dunn didn't want to be CEO. He didn't want the spotlight.
Frank did the
He and
finance
Roth
guy?
had risen through the ranks of Nortel together. They joined around the same time. Both of them attended.
He was the CFO during the fraudulent announcements? Let's hire him so we can get even more fraudulent numbers. That's probably the last person I would fucking... That guy was derelict of duty. That guy did the fucking...
McGill,
basically criminal.
He'd been Roth's CFO during the boom years. But he was hardly an inspiring choice. Even Red Wilson, the chairman of the board who picked him for the job, said that, quote, "The time for visionaries is over." Industry analysts were even harsher on him. He's not an engineer, and he's not a mastermind of strategy. He's in there to stop the hemorrhaging and make sure the company stays alive to fight another day. When you have a prolonged drought, you want the Neanderthal accountants running the thing. And that's who you've got. His assessment was not wrong.
Calling him a
Nortel's
Neanderthal
books
accountant
were
is
a
very
mess.
funny.
With their cash flow decimated in 2001, their strategy of ignoring goodwill no longer fooled investors. It was estimated that nearly 1/3 of their acquisitions were complete write-offs. Some they sold off for rock-bottom prices, but almost $12.4 billion had gone right down the drain. On top of that, it owed around $5 billion in severance, and it had sold off 20,000 square feet of real estate. It had to cancel thousands of customer contracts and was now embroiled in dozens of class action lawsuits. Not to mention, the securities regulators in both the US and Canada were breathing down their neck. WorldCom, one of their biggest customers,
securities regulators famously always on the ball. They're always right there to clean the mess up after. They're always there to fucking investigate after everyone's already lost all their fucking money. Yeah, they're great janitors. Not so good as detectives. Great janitors, though.
had just gone bankrupt due to a fraud scandal. And Frank had a mini crisis unfold just months into his new job. His CFO, Terry Hungle, had been caught illegally transferring funds out of his company 401k right before Nortel announced 5,000 layoffs, and the stock dropped 16%. Insider trading. Hungle was forced to resign, and Dunn
forced to resign. Put him in fucking jail.
And CFO.
What is this forced to resign
sign
shit?
off on Nortel's books as it tried to recover from the brutal downsizing of the last 3 years. Frank seemed almost set up to fail. And yet, by the end of 2002, he had secured several high-profile deals.
Look at him go.
$1 billion with Verizon. Despite the deep job losses, Nortel's technical foundation was strong. It was still considered a world leader in optical networks, and its iconic Meridian line of telephone switches remained the world's best seller, with around 43 million in use. Nortel eventually regained the title of Canada's most valuable company, with a market cap of a meager but still impressive 50 billion. And early in 2003, the magic happened. Nortel.
That's Canada's most valuable company? 50B, dude? Most valuable company's worth what Elon Musk bought Twitter for? He punted that money.
Posted its first profitable quarter since 1997. Despite all those who doubted him, saying that he was nothing more than a Neanderthal accountant, he had brought Nortel back into the green. It's hard to look at this new peak as a recovery when your past history has distorted your sense of scale so much. But this is a win.
It's pretty good. Back on their
In February
previous growth trend.
2004, Chairman Red Wilson will leave a drawing on Frank's desk thanking him for saving the company. And 2 months after that, Red Wilson would fire Frank. The details of what exactly happened would remain murky for years. In October of 2003, Nortel announced it would have...
I literally did it! I was joking! They literally brought in the fucking shady finance guy to do more shady finance! That's so funny! Bro, it's... How is that not obvious to the world? That is the first thing we said! Bro, don't bring the guy in who did all the... That's so funny to me.
Have to restate its finances for the 3 previous
That's
years. Financial
so
restatements
funny.
are not unheard of. Accountants make mistakes.
But this accountant made a bunch of very high-profile mistakes just recently. Why would you hire him unless it's exactly what you wanted?
It happens.
That's his fucking playbook.
But according to the board, this was not just a mistake. Allegedly, Frank, his CFO, and his top accountant had orchestrated a fraud in order to trigger an executive bonus plan. They had allegedly inflated their losses over the past 3 years so that they could move numbers around. By moving the numbers around with just the right timing, they had made Q4 of 2002 into a loss and Q1 of 2003 into a profit, which triggered $12.6 million in bonuses for the 3 of them. The board acted swiftly, firing all 3 men.
Don't just fire them! Put them in jail! People are putting their retirement savings into these companies. Why they can't just get fired, bro? They didn't expect to stay on. Oh, that's crazy.
As you can imagine, this shattered customer faith in Nortel.
Yeah, of course.
The stock price began to slide immediately, and the miraculous recovery was just a flash in the pan. The 3 men had become pariahs in the media, a lightning rod for the anger of laid-off employees and pissed-off investors. They'd remain in the media for years as rumors of an impending criminal investigation loomed. The board, meanwhile, was desperate to restore customer trust and hate.
What the fuck is going on? This is so crazy. Put them in jail. Dude, I'm hearing rumors. I'm hearing rumors, dude. I saw you rob that bank. I'm hearing rumors they might come for you. I'm hearing rumors, bro. I saw you when you walked out with all that cash. You held him up at gunpoint. The word on the street is you might be in trouble for that.
Hastily named a new CEO. They decided to name one of their own for the top job, but they didn't have a whole wealth of options. Ever since John Roth had left the board, they had been lacking anyone with telecom experience. He had maintained an iron grip on the board for years, and without him, they were lost in the sauce. They had diplomats, former politicians, lawyers, bankers, execs from aerospace and big pharma.
All the right people you
no
want.
Telecom.
At a
The
telecom
eventual
company.
choice, and I'm not kidding here, was former member of the U.S. Joint Chiefs, retired Admiral Bill Owens.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know how this keeps happening, but this is not the first time I've covered a topic where a retired U.S. Admiral is brought in to save a failing multi-billion.
Bravo. Salute. Okay? I think all companies not in America should bring in former U.S. military to run their companies. They're the best. They're the brightest. They are sending their best. Okay? They get it. One thing about the U.S. military is we don't waste money. If you want to penny pinch, if you want to be smart with your budget, get someone from the U.S. military because we know how to stretch a dollar. Okay?
$1 enterprise. I know that I've built up a metaphor here about massive seafaring vessels, but even this is a little too on the nose for me. The logic at the time was that he could leverage his connections in Washington to reel in some big contracts for Nortel, a plan that never truly paid off. Most of his short 18 months as CEO were spent making a big song and dance about how Nortel was instituting new ethics guidelines and forcing executives to pay back any bonuses they had earned in the previous years. Despite all that, he still served as a sponge for angry shareholders to yell at, while the board looked for a more permanent CEO. The rest of the C-suite was a meat grinder, a revolving door of talent that often stuck around for only months at a time. Nortel hired on 2 separate men named Gary, both of whom came from Cisco to serve as president and CTO. They stayed around for just 3 months.
3 months.
Their shockingly abrupt departure came after Bill Owens shot down their plan for a deal with Nokia, a deal that would allow them to compete in Cisco's territory. Things came to a tense climax when Gary D suggested during a board meeting that Bill Owens and his CFO be fired. Gary D was fired instead, and Gary K joined him in protest.
Goodbye,
The Garys
Garys.
were outspoken about just how rough Nortel's prospects were. Nortel is an industry laggard, and it doesn't seem to know it. Nortel needed 50 employees to do what Cisco could do with 5. But more dangerously, Nortel was spread out far too broadly. The Garys said that Nortel was either first or second place in a handful of sectors. The problem was that they were competing in nearly 30. Owens was replaced in late 2005 by Mike Zafirovsky, also known as Mike Z, or Mike Z as we say it up here.
Mike Z.
He seemed much more suited for the role, coming from Motorola. The board must have seen a lot in him, as almost immediately, Motorola sued them for $12 million because Mike had broken his non-compete clause. Mike Z was a certified
Love a
Six
good
Sigma
non-compete.
black belt, a business guru type who was once a protege of Jack Welch, the famous CEO of General Electric and author of the book Winning. From employees I spoke to, there was a general sense that Mike Z was trying to run Nortel like an appliance company. He stuffed the board with his old General Electric buddies and had a philosophy of record and measure everything and then do it faster. Turnaround times were cut down to the bone. You'd have 2 days to fix any given problem, regardless of complexity. Engineers would often derisively say, "We don't make toasters." The whole culture had deteriorated. Your competition was no longer your equivalent at Cisco or Lucent. Now it was the person sitting in the cubicle next to you. Paranoia was rampant. Customer-facing employees were beloved by customers, but those same employees would badmouth their managers or other departments. It's hard to blame them. You would become jaded too after 12 rounds of layoffs.
12 rounds.
The old Nortel was known for telling customers what they needed, predicting the market 10 years ahead of time. But now it was the customers telling Nortel, build us exactly what we want, or we'll find someone else. And while Nortel was missing out on lucrative contracts, board meetings were derailed by problems with Nortel's accounting. Even after firing Frank Dunn, Nortel had restated their finances 3 times in 3 years, and each time their stock price crumbled. Mistakes happen, but not this frequently, and not on this scale. Mike Z estimated around $400 million had been spent just on external
$400 million on auditors?
In 2006, Nortel had to settle 2 class action lawsuits for $2.5
Oh, you don't have the money.
billion. Nortel had spent most of the 2000s shrinking. It was no longer the massive ship it was at the height of the dot-com boom. Every wave in the larger economy risked swamping it. The safest strategy would be to pair up. That's what the rest of the industry had done. Lucent had...
I mean, it's 2005, though, so thankfully, smooth sailing for years to come. The economy is hot, and there will be no worries.
had merged with Alcatel. Nokia had bought out Siemens. And Cisco was back to gobbling down startups. Nortel was willing to buy, it was willing to partner up. Hell, it would even sell its own assets for a bit of fast cash. But Nortel was a toxic commodity, the odd one out of the dance, and its time was up. In September 2008, Lehman Brothers files for bankruptcy, signaling the beginning of what will become the biggest economic crash since the Great Depression. Canada too slides into a recession, with millions losing their jobs, their houses. The demand for telecom equipment drops off a cliff. On January 15th, 2009...
That's crazy. I don't care if I don't have fucking $10 to my name. I'll sell my house, I'll sell my car, I'll sell my dog. But I will obviously keep buying telecom equipment. That's one... No matter how bad a recession gets, I'll never stop buying telecom equipment. I can't believe Canada backed out. That's fucking crazy.
Said calls a board meeting. Nortel has an upcoming interest payment on its debts. The interest payment is just $107 million. Not that much, considering they had $2.5 billion in cash. Paying it should be no problem. Except most of that cash isn't on hand. Most of it is held in international subsidiaries. Only $176 million was in Canada. Suddenly, that interest payment was most of their cash on hand. The board debates what to do for 2 hours before the chairman asked them to take a vote. Mike Z recalls thinking that the vote would split directly down the middle. He planned to vote against it. When Mike Z joined the company 3 years earlier, he had declared, "I never left anything in worse shape than I found it." But his heart dropped in his chest. He had completely misread the room. Every director had voted yes.
Oh, shit.
Nortel was going to enter into Chapter 11.
Oh, shit.
Bankruptcy protection. They would survive the global recession by making cuts, selling assets, becoming more efficient,
bankrupt.
Focused. That was the plan. A plan signed off on by plenty of generously paid external consultants. One of those consultants, Terry Savage, had this to say: "We've never seen a company as well prepared for Chapter 11. His assessment would turn out to be...
It's like telling your grandpa, I've never seen anyone more prepared for their funeral. That's not a compliment at all, bro. What the fuck?
To be comically wrong. The day after they announced Chapter 11, Nortel's stock fell by 79%.
Of course.
Nortel would be gone by the end of the year.
Well, Steve, company officials are already quoted as saying that Chapter 11 bankruptcy is not the end of Nortel, but rather the beginning of a new Nortel.
Sound like a dream come true? Well, it's reality. And it can help your business.
In hindsight, the decision to go into Chapter 11 is baffling no matter how you spin it. Unlike filing for Chapter 7, where you basically give up and liquidate all your assets, Chapter 11 is more like going into rehab. Your debt payments are halted, and any disputes are now under the jurisdiction of bankruptcy court. Things are bad, but you have a chance to sell off your assets, restructure, and get your shit together. Plenty of companies have gone into Chapter 11 and come out the other side just fine, including well-known names like General Motors, Marvel, and Six Flags. The issue with this strategy was that, unlike these other companies, Nortel had an image problem. Nortel's credit rating had already been an abysmal CCC, and Chapter 11 had tanked it all the way down to D. Their biggest customers, like Bell Canada and Verizon, were already wary of Nortel's finance scandals.
This is so unrelated, but I never even knew there was stuff below CCC until recently, and every month I get an announcement that they have created some new fucking letter combination for Ukraine sovereign debt. It's like I forgot what it is now. It's like SD now. It's like already it's like some thing that means almost assuredly you will not get your money back. I just keep getting these announcements that it's they go farther and farther down. But the yields are very attractive. You can make some good money if you invest, and they do pay it back.
From a technology standpoint, Nortel could pull off 3G wireless, but this was a decade-long infrastructure commitment. Would it not be safer to just go with a company who isn't in Chapter 11? That was the last excuse they needed to jump ship. In the second quarter of 2009, Nortel's sales dropped by 25% compared to the previous year. Even Nortel's cash cow, its wireless division, had its revenues for the quarter drop by 41% compared to the previous year. The announcement took many people by complete surprise. My uncle worked for Nortel at the time, and he heard the news from a customer at a conference. It's clear looking back at the time that many expected Nortel to pull through. The disconnect is jarring. You'd be reading the newspaper and see ads for a local cancer charity sponsored by Nortel, directly across from an article talking about just how badly the restructuring was going. Meanwhile, Nortel has been trying to sell off its various divisions, but there hasn't been a single bid. Mike Zed is on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, a bad time to sell divisions is during a global recession. I gotta be honest.
Personally calling dozens of potential buyers, but no one is biting. He realizes with a sinking feeling what's happening. They're waiting for the prices to drop even further. By April, the board realizes that they completely miscalculated. There will be no emerging from Chapter 11. Without a bailout, Nortel is going to be hacked into pieces and sold off for scraps. Now, Nortel's board had plenty of connections in politics. This included former Deputy PM John Manley. However, the government was no longer the familiar Liberal dynasty. After 13 long years, the fallout of scandal after scandal continued to drag down Paul Martin, and he was eventually ousted in 2006 by a newly unified Conservative Party. In power in Ottawa was a new party, with which Nortel had fewer connections. It was uncharted waters. It would come out in the news that late last year, Mike Zed had gone to the Conservatives and asked for a bailout. $1 billion. The Conservatives, although certainly pals of the private sector, found the request laughable. Mike Zed tried to counter-offer with $750 million, but again, he was turned down.
So funny. All right, I'll accept $750 million for free. You know what? Twist my arm, why don't you? But I'll accept you taking taxpayers' money and giving me $750 million for my poorly run bankrupt company. It's not a counteroffer.
The rumors from this time seem to point to the government's lack of faith in Nortel's executives, that Nortel was a toxic commodity in the eyes of the public. They lacked a clear business plan, and bailing out a company with an ongoing fraud investigation was not worth the bad optics. government inaction towards Nortel did not fly under the radar.
Industry Minister and the Prime Minister in a bid to maintain the company as a going concern. He was turned down flat, and the company is now in bankruptcy protection, waiting to be dismantled. Thousands of trained, skilled workers have lost their jobs, their severance, and they're going to lose big on their pensions. Why are the Conservatives intent on making Nortel the Arrow of the 21st century?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
These are quite apart from that inflated rhetoric. I can tell this House that I did indeed meet with the CEO of Nortel at the beginning of my mandate as Industry Minister. He presented a go-forward business plan, which in my estimation did not meet the criteria of being commercially viable. Evidently, the board of Nortel came to the same agreement because they rejected that business plan as well.
Look, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of government bailouts for private corporations.
Yeah,
and even
me
among
neither.
the Nortel employees I spoke to, opinion was split. But many of them did highlight a double standard. It wasn't that the Conservatives were philosophically opposed to a government bailout. They, along with the Ontario Liberals, had shelled out $13.7 billion to both General Motors and Chrysler. Literal U.S. branch plants. Although the government took partial ownership of both companies.
That's funny. That's funny. They took the Canadian taxpayer money and gave it to the American branches, the Canadian branches of American companies. That's thank you, Canada. We needed that. Thank you. That's nice.
Companies, they later sold those shares at a significant loss. There was a pervasive feeling among those I spoke to that auto workers, mainly concentrated in the suburbs of the Greater Toronto Area, represented a more valuable voting bloc than a bunch of tech workers. With no bailout on the horizon, some former Nortel executives tried to take matters into their own hands. Rather than see Nortel sold off piece by piece to foreign competitors, they scrambled to raise enough funds to keep at least a few of the assets in the country. But as the months wore on, investors kept getting cold feet.
Yeah,
in June,
understandable.
BlackBerry, another Canadian tech giant, publicly complains that Nortel blocked their bid for their wireless division. Even if it didn't go to them, they pled with
BlackBerry, another great Canadian company that too will reach great heights and stay there forever. Yes, indeed. The story of Canada's tech industry is one of great success after great success. Oh, love that. Love that for you guys.
the government to invoke the Investment Canada Act to block a foreign takeover. This wasn't unprecedented. Harper's Tories had actually used it just a year earlier when a US defense firm attempted to purchase MDA, a Canadian aerospace company, famous for its contributions to the Canadarm. Between 1985 and 2010, the Investment Canada Act had reviewed 1,600 takeovers. This was the first time it had ever blocked one. Although the government declined to give an official reason,
don't even know how to do
most
it.
analysts agree it was for national defense reasons, as Canada would have potentially lost access to the satellite RadarSat-2, which had been funded through nearly $500 million in government funding. Following this example, the government could easily have made whatever excuse it wanted to block the Nortel sell-off. National security, loss of taxpayer-funded research, but they simply never did. On June 26th, Nortel's shares dropped to 18.5 cents.
Buy the
causing them to finally
dip.
be delisted from the Toronto Stock Exchange. It's over. In July, Swedish giant Ericsson takes home the cash cow, Nortel's wireless division. A steal at just over $1 billion, they take 2,500 employees with it. Sienna, based out of Maryland, swoops in and acquires Nortel's world-leading optical division, the one that made 10 gigabits per second possible before anyone else. It goes for $750 million, taking on almost 2,000 employees. And then, the thing that put Nortel on the map, the phone division, sold off to Avaya. Ironically, the same company that Nortel had tried to buy just a few years earlier. But most bidders had been patiently waiting for the biggest prize of all, a collection of nearly 6,000 patents, a decades-long history of innovation in voice, wireless, semiconductors, and the internet. Mike Zed estimated that they'd get around $450 million for them. The winning bid went to a consortium of Apple, EMC, Ericsson, Microsoft, Sony, and BlackBerry. When the size of the bid was announced, the entire industry was floored. $4.5 billion.
Sheesh.
Mike Zed truly had no idea what he'd been put in charge of. And that was it. The yard sale was over. By 2011, Nortel had a pile of $7.3 billion in cash, but total debts of $12 billion.
They're still in debt.
No one would see that money for years.
They're
Just
still
days
in
after the
debt.
bankruptcy filing.
They sold it for 10 times what they thought they would, and they're still in debt. Oh, boy.
It would be uncovered by the media that Nortel was not planning on paying severance to thousands of employees.
Why would you?
About to lay off.
Why would you?
Under Canadian bankruptcy law, a company is no longer required to pay out severance. However, as noted by the courts, Nortel was asked whether it wanted to prioritize severed workers in the bankruptcy proceeding. Nortel's executives explicitly said no. And in fact, getting out of paying severance had been one of their key strategies for restructuring the company. The dark irony is that if you had been fired just weeks earlier, you would have been owed severance. But those who stuck with Nortel to the bitter end were rewarded with a giant middle finger. Think about what's going on at this time.
Evil.
It was 2009. It was a global recession.
It's so evil, dude. Everyone who chooses to stick with you. That's... It really was the workers' fault, though. I know. Let's get serious for a second. It was the workers' fault. They didn't work hard enough. Lazy fucks. The CEO and the manager did everything they could. They faked all the numbers they could. They were up, staying up late, crunching the fake books. That took ever. What were you doing?
These people weren't going to land on their feet because no one was hiring. And these were just the people at the prime of their careers. For the retired or soon-to-be retired workers, they had no options at all. It was revealed that Nortel had been severely underfunding its pension plan.
Yeah, why would
for
you
pretty
fund
much the
it
last
that you
decade
promised to do?
by almost 30%. Just so we're on the same page here, a pension is made up of deferred wages. It is not a bonus, it is not an insurance plan. People often stay in the same job for decades because they've planned their retirement around their company's pension plan. They took a pay cut in the present so they would have a sustainable income once they're too old to work. If your pension is underfunded, you've lost years of your working life that you can't get back. The average age of a Nortel pensioner was 73, and the average annual payout was just 17,000 Canadian. These were not luxurious nest eggs by any means, certainly not when compared to the golden parachutes that Nortel's executives were raking in. Right after they fired 3,200 people, they immediately turned around and began to offer $45 million in bonuses in order to retain what they called key talent, 980 employees, or just 5% of its workforce.
Christ.
And the bonuses just kept coming, round after round. All in all, nearly $190 million in executive bonuses were paid out post-bankruptcy. Underfunded pension plans are certainly not unique to Nortel, but the cruelty here is the executives saying, sorry, our hands are tied. Take it up with the courts. All the while, they're patting themselves on the back with the same pile of money that those pensioners are desperately trying to save. Both Mike Zed and John Roth would later file claims to Nortel's assets, $12 million for Mike, and for John Roth, this is not a typo, $1 billion in the event he got sued. Unlike the US or the UK, which have nationally backed pension guarantees, Canada has no such thing. The feds and the provinces played the blame game for over a year, with the feds saying, hey, it's not our jurisdiction, and the provinces saying, we got no money. Only Ontario stepped up, but that was after a full year of inaction and only after a by-election was called for the Ottawa riding where thousands of Nortel pensioners lived. There was a consistent feeling among the employees that they had been abandoned by their governments, that they were only deserving of help if they represented a useful voting demographic. Thousands showed up at protests held outside Parliament. Among those protesters were 400 who had also lost their long-term disability benefits. On average, their income would drop from around $40,000 to just $16,000 per year, and they still had to pay for their medical bills. Quote, I'm sick, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. I can't take care of myself because I'm trying to save my life. I stand to live in my car if nothing's done. There's people in this group of 400 who have already committed suicide. There's people that have talked about it. People are desperate, and we need the government to go to bat for us. On June 18th, Mike Zed is dragged in front of the House Finance Committee for questioning.
Jail
Members
him!
from all parties grill him for over an hour, and he absolutely melts under the questions.
You just stated in your opening comments that you stopped to pay severance, and it was just How did you come to that conclusion? How did you just all of a sudden realize, well, maybe we should stop paying severance?
I fully agree with that statement. Mr. Tay can confirm the very heated discussions we had what's possible. At times you want to do something that simply the circumstances do not allow. The fact of life, as painful as for me to
in the current job market, it's a tight job market out there. Do you really believe it was necessary to offer large bonuses simply to retain the people you have, given this market?
Because the rest of the market is clamoring to buy up these fucking Nortel executives. Who wouldn't want to hire a fucking... You just ran the company into the ground, bro. You don't need fucking bonuses. Nobody's trying to hire... No one needs to be... You know, they're not trying to keep you. There's nowhere for you to go.
Yes.
You do. Fine. Okay. But Nortel filed the motion to court to pay retention bonuses of $7.3 million simply to 8 key senior executives alone.
The annual incentive plan is not a bonus per se. This part of your compensation for job personally.
How was it well done?
On several occasions during your presentation, you talked about increasing the value to be available for all stakeholders.
Correct.
Do you consider the people in this room, your former employees, to be amongst those
Oh,
stakeholders?
absolutely. It didn't not come clear.
But right now, they're in the same position as a distressed bondholder on Wall Street, aren't they? They're relegated to the back of the pack.
That's not really true.
Yep.
I don't make the comment on the first one. There's no one back of the line.
You say that there's no back of the line, but I put it to you again, and I'll end where I started, that the people who are in back of you are in the back of the line because they don't get to ask for $45 million in bonuses. They don't get their severance. They're not getting anything, and they're watching their pensions be whittled away.
It seemed for a brief moment that the government would step up and do its job. An NDP bill was put forward in 2010 that would amend Canada's bankruptcy laws. It would have prioritized pensioners in the event of a bankruptcy and guaranteed severance pay. The bill had...
I mean, he might be like, we should fucking euthanize gay people. I don't know his social policies because obviously I watched the great grilling of the Boeing CEO by fucking Josh Hawley, who then tweets fucking Christians should run the world every fucking 5 minutes. So I have no idea where he fucking stands, but I like when a fucking politician comes prepared and understands at least a little bit of what they're talking about, understands like prioritization during a bankruptcy and like how they've been relegated to the back, and can talk about that so that the CEOs can't just fucking word salad their way out of answering a direct question. I just appreciate when a politician, it's so rare because most of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Support from all major parties and passed through an initial reading, but an election was held in 2011 which saw the Conservatives come back with a majority government. The bill died completely then and there. Over the next 12 years, both the Harper Conservatives and the Trudeau Liberals abandoned these issues entirely. It was only in 2022 that a new bill to address pensions gained any traction. It finally passed with unanimous support from all parties. But frankly, it's a band-aid on a bullet hole. When it takes effect, it will have been 18 years since Nortel went under. And since then, barely anyone in Canada still has a defined benefit pension. This bill was a cheap way to score political points that came far too late to meaningfully help anyone. Unlike American and UK pensioners who were backed up by their governments, Canadians had been left with only one option: fight it out in the courts. There was $7.3 billion to distribute, but deciding who got what turned into a jurisdictional nightmare. You had creditors and bondholders going to war against former employees, and then add on top of that a multinational slugfest, where Canada and the US each tried to claim they were owed the bulk of the assets, all while Europe was in there trying to carve out their own slice.
Get out of here, Europe!
After 3 years and 3 failed attempts at mediating a settlement, the case took an unprecedented turn. A US judge and a Canadian judge had to hold a joint trial via video conferencing. After all the appeals, the case finally concluded in 2017. Lasting for a total of almost 3,000 days, the case is the 6th longest bankruptcy in US history. With nearly 30 to 40 lawyers in court each day, the legal bills were astonishing. As of 2014, they were as high as $1.3 billion USD. That would make it by far the most expensive in Canada, and would place it above even Enron. But I can't help but point out
Enron
this feels
reference!
very disproportionate. Enron,
Wow, I didn't know he was an Atrioc fan. I guess it makes sense. A little nod to the community. I appreciate that. Dude, Nortel hats might go dumb hard after seeing this.
had over 10 times as many assets as Nortel did. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on the judges. The fees charged to date in this case are shocking, completely shocking. There were far too many lawyers in court in both Toronto and Delaware. That situation breeds disrespect for the legal system in general, and particularly so in a case in which thousands of pensioners and disability claimants have had to wait far too long for this proceeding to end.
Absolutely.
And in the end, what did they get? The US creditors got 100% of what they asked for.
USA.
The UK creditors got 100%.
EU.
Canadian pensioners got 54%, bringing their pensions back up to just 85% full. More than any other company in Canada's history, Nortel had exposed just how many holes there were in Canada's social safety nets. Disrespected by their bosses, abandoned by their government, where could they turn to? If people wanted some sort of justice, even just symbolic, there was only one place left to turn: the fate of these three men.
To our top story now, the slow decline of what was once one of this country's greatest success stories.
Plagued with a fraud investigation.
In what was the largest white-collar criminal trial ever to take place in this country.
Although they were fired in 2004, the three executives on trial were only criminally charged.
Oh my God,
in
yes!
2008. They were Frank Dunn, CEO, Douglas Beattie, CFO, and Michael Goligly, controller, essentially the top accountant. On June 18, 2008, each was charged of 2 counts of fraud and brought to a courthouse just north of Toronto. The men had been brought there for a photo op. After posting bail, they would have to walk outside where they'd be photographed by the press. It was a calculated PR stunt. At the height of the financial crash, Canada needed to look like it was tough on white-collar crime. Even corporate execs aren't immune from a perp walk with the RCMP. And for many Canadians, Nortel was synonymous with fraud.
Yeah.
Ever since 2002, comparisons had been drawn between Nortel and Enron. Enron is the most notorious white-collar fraud case in U.S. history. Several of its executives went to jail, and Congress later passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act to crack down on the type of fraudulent accounting that led to it. Enron has kind of become a catch-all term for corporate fraud, and calling Nortel the Canadian equivalent is more about the magnitude of the scandal than it is about the specifics of the allegations. What they do have in common is something called liabilities. Liabilities are a type of debt. Sometimes a liability has a precise value, but long-term liabilities often need to be estimated. Take a lawsuit. If Nortel expects to settle a lawsuit, they won't know for how much until that date, so their accountants try and ballpark it. Let's say $5 million, but then the lawsuit settles for only $4 million. Nortel's books have overestimated by $1 million. Nortel can now recognize the $1 million difference as revenue, and their numbers for the year look better than initially predicted. But think of what Nortel was going through during this period. In just 1 year, it downsized 50,000 employees, sold off hundreds of buildings, and canceled thousands of customer contracts. Nortel's accountants had to estimate liabilities for severance pay, rent, lawsuits, all while the accountants themselves were being let go. Documentation went missing, paperwork wasn't filed correctly. It shouldn't be surprising that for a company as big as Nortel, $952 million got lost in the shuffle.
It is surprising.
That fact
It shouldn't
on its
happen.
own is not illegal. That is a mistake. As long as Nortel acknowledged that, recognized it in their financial statements, they would be fine. And so they did.
Promise you, if I was filing taxes and forgot $952 million, I don't know if I could tell the old IRS that it was an honest mistake. Yeah, this paperwork. I was busy.
Did. The problem, though, the whole basis of the criminal trial was the timing. When Nortel filed its first restatement of its finances in mid-2003, the board of directors was keenly aware that the SEC had a post-Enron bloodlust, and with Nortel's stock price fiasco, it might be an easy target. So, the board went and hired an external law firm to go over the books, get a second opinion, and avoid a drawn-out SEC investigation. The law firm was Washington-based Wilmer Cutler, which had a reputation for being aggressive and ruthless. The senior partner there, William McLucas, had recently left a job at the SEC and had helped both Enron and WorldCom clean up their acts following their respective scandals.
Clean up their acts?
The board wanted a clean thumbs up.
Enron died.
What they got was a very
And
different
WorldCom died.
conclusion. After combing over documents and interviewing dozens of employees, Wilmer Cutler alleged that the three executives had organized a fraud scheme to illegally trigger their bonus plan. Rather than recognizing the entire $952 million as soon as it was found, they had allegedly set aside $303 million in a cookie jar of sorts. Cookie jar was the actual term used in court. By selectively picking out funds from the secret cookie jar, they could make Q4 of 2002 into a loss and Q1 of 2003 into a profit, triggering their bonuses. This was the conclusion reached by Wilmer Cutler, or at least the conclusion they were working towards. But the board of directors wanted to get ahead of any scandal and preemptively fired the three execs with cause. Now, almost 8 years later, the Crown prosecutors would be trying to argue much the same case. The difference was that they had to prove it to a judge in an Ontario court, where the standard of proof was much higher. This is where things start to fall apart.
Oh no.
The first red flag was that the US declined to pursue a criminal case in 2008. Believe it or not, the US actually has a very solid track record when it comes to prosecuting financial fraud. If they take a case to trial, that's because they're certain they'll get a conviction.
Yeah, if.
On the other hand, the RCMP, Canada's Mounties, have a reputation for incompetence when it comes to investigating white-collar crime. Bre-X, a Canadian gold mining company, was implicated in faking gold deposits, and yet nearly 20 years after the fact, there had not been a single conviction.
Who hasn't
A
faked a
similar
gold
fraud
deposit every
scandal
now and
with
then?
the Royal Group also took over a decade to resolve, and similarly resulted in no convictions. Early on into their investigation, the RCMP...
Canadians are too nice. That's the problem. They're too nice. They're too polite. When someone fucking robs you blind, you have to just, you're thanking them almost for, oh, sorry. Thanks for teaching me. That's all right, bud.
had been attempting to import all the relevant case documents into a searchable database, but they were running into technical issues. When they filed charges in 2008, they had only scanned in 200,000 documents out of a total of 4 million, and most of that 200,000 were provided to them by Wilmer Cutler, who by their own admission hadn't proven fraud, just heavily suspected it. The Crown's case was built almost entirely off of the scorched earth techniques of Wilmer Cutler. Employees had been told that if they refused to do interviews or discussed among themselves, they'd be fired, and they were not allowed to have lawyers present. As the trial dragged on for weeks, the Crown's case began to unravel. Their key witnesses that they called as smoking guns ended up saying that nothing was unusual about Nortel's books. Emails supposedly showed nefarious intent, but would later be proven to have been taken out of context.
What's the context?
Furthermore, all of Nortel's
The
books had
context,
been
they
signed
triggered
off
their
by Deloitte,
bonuses.
one of the big four accounting firms, quite literally since the First World War, and not once did they identify any fraud. Even the nefarious 303, the cookie jar that was the core of the Crown's case, fell apart. The only source of the 303 number had been a junior finance employee, Sue Shaw, who came up with that number through several estimations. When asked about it in court, she said that they focused too much on that number when it hadn't been that concrete to begin with.
No, Sue!
As the trial wore on, the Crown fixated on just one critical movement of $80 million. The Crown alleged that Michael Goligly had intentionally moved that $80 million between quarters to turn a $40 million loss into a $40 million profit, thus triggering the bonuses. Simple math, right? But no. The bonus plan was based on a non-GAAP, custom type of internal accounting. With or without that $80 million, the executive bonuses would have been triggered regardless. The Crown had alleged a conspiracy.
Well, that's good to know. It's good to know they would have got their money regardless for doing such a terrible job. Good to know they were never in any doubt.
These three executives, who had a history of not getting along, orchestrated a scheme that would have required the cooperation of dozens, maybe even hundreds of employees. All of these people would have had to keep this secret during a period where the company was firing people left and right. And not one of those employees was willing to spill the beans? It just doesn't make sense. The more likely scenario, the one argued by the defense, was that Nortel had undergone a brutal restructuring, and while mistakes were made, they were made with honest intentions. Judge Morocco was unambiguous in his verdict. The Crown had not proven fraud beyond a reasonable doubt. Was it ethical that they received $12.6 million at a time when the company was just barely profitable? Probably not. but that wasn't what the court was judging. The verdict surprised and angered many in the country. I'm going to be honest, I went into the story expecting a very different result. I had grown up hearing that the executives got off because of shenanigans, technicalities. From the former employees I interviewed, there is still a strong belief that something wasn't right with Nortel's numbers.
Well, there definitely
But from
wasn't.
everything I've seen, the Nortel fraud scandal was a saga of self-inflicted injuries. In the interest of caution, the board had an external law firm double-check their books, but that law firm was overzealous, eager to find the next Enron. The board took their allegations at face value instead of asking for more evidence. Right at the moment when Nortel was restored to profitability and regained some customer trust, the board went nuclear and fired the CEO who had just stopped the bleeding. So from this point on, when Nortel restated its finances, people understandably associated it with more fraud. That was Nortel's brand, and that would be its legacy.
Tragic.
In 2013, the Department of National Defense had purchased Nortel's main Ottawa campus and were renovating it to be the new office for 8,000 staff members. However, contractors soon discovered that the campus was filled with electronic eavesdropping devices.
What?
They were no longer functional, and their age suggested that they'd been put there as far back as the year 2000. Nortel had been the target of industrial espionage. D&D never confirmed the origin of the devices, and they likely belonged to more than one source. But in the minds of the public, this news just reinforced a rumor that had been reported a year earlier. Brian Shields was a security advisor who worked for Nortel for around 20 years, and in 2012 he alleged that Nortel had been infiltrated by Chinese hackers for over a decade. He claims that he had detected an infiltration in the accounts of multiple executives, and that a variety of documents, including sales figures, customer presentations, and technical docs, have been downloaded into a location in China. Shields then goes on to argue that Huawei used stolen R&D to catch up to Nortel technologically and underbid them on contracts, which eventually starved Nortel out and led to the collapse. It's a compelling narrative, one that was quick to break out of Canadian media and into the American sphere as well. The problem is that it's a narrative that requires you to ignore over a decade of Nortel's own
I wouldn't blame it for them.
Shields is the only source ever named in these articles, and his reputation among former Nortel employees is mixed. And over the years, the story has been regurgitated dozens of times, and his narrative has evolved from Huawei hacked into Nortel to Huawei single-handedly killed Nortel.
Yeah, that doesn't
Shields'
ring true.
theory is, by his own admission, mostly down to timing. Huawei began to expand rapidly as Nortel was slowing down. Of course, this happened around the early 2000s, which, as we've seen,
that's when a competitor
was
would
very
rise.
chaotic time for Nortel.
I don't
Not
doubt
to mention,
that there
Nortel's largest
could have
source
been
of
some
revenue,
espionage.
40%, was in the US, which Chinese companies like Huawei and ZTE were largely excluded from. When Nortel lost business in the US, it lost it to companies not from China. And as for IP, the vast majority of Nortel's technology was already public in the form of patents, not trade secrets. The whole point of patents is that the technical explanation is published for the world to see. You can ignore patent rights and copy ideas, and there's plenty of evidence that companies like Huawei have done that. But you wouldn't need to hack into Nortel to do it. And then there's the rest of the industry. China has allegedly spied on Alcatel, Lucent, Cisco, Siemens, Nokia, Sony, Ericsson, Juniper. But the difference is each of these companies either survived or consolidated.
That's why I believe it, by the way. there's a lot of compelling evidence on some of those. The Sony Ericsson stuff especially. They've definitely done it. Whether it killed Nortel, I disagree with, but
Did someone in China steal technology from Nortel? Probably. But did it kill Nortel? Almost certainly not. Canadians want someone to blame. They want a bad actor with nefarious goals to be the root cause of why Nortel went under. It's why it's still so hard for people to accept that these three men were found not guilty. People want to point to fraud, or they want to point to China, because it would mean someone broke the rules. That is what's so infuriating about the saga of Nortel. No one broke the rules. In an interview with the Ottawa Citizen, an anonymous Nortel executive tried their best to defend giving out bonuses after firing thousands of employees. The money we took home was based on legally binding agreements that everyone understood. Out of this whole ordeal, this is the part that really gets me. They're not satisfied with just their millions. They want to shake your hand, they want to tell you how sorry they are, but they also want you to hate the game, not the player. I assure you, I've got more than enough energy to do both. When Edmund Fitzgerald Jr. first became president of Northern Telecom It was common knowledge that he was the son of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Gordon Lightfoot's song had made the ship a household name. The tragedy was just 6 years old then. Edmund Jr. was asked how the disaster had affected his father. Quote, "Just the fact that it had his name on it, and it went down with 29 people, made it one of the most traumatic experiences of his life. His grandfather, uncles, and 5 of his brothers had been mariners. He would have known all too well what those 29 men went through." They were never able to recover any of the bodies. Most of what was recovered were small bits of debris. Decades later, though, they were able to recover one thing still intact: the ship's bell. Each year, it's rung 29 times, one for each casualty. Edmund Sr. had no part in designing the boat. He had no say in its routes or cargo. It simply bore his name as a thank you during his retirement. And yet, he really has not been connected with the real world since then. In 2009, following Nortel's bankruptcy, John Roth was interviewed by the Ottawa Citizen. Since leaving Nortel, he had spent years of his life at his Caledon Hills estate. He spent his years continuing his hobbies, repairing old cars, constructing model trains, traveling with his wife. But when asked about Nortel, it was as if his past life never existed. Quote, "Nortel seemed an abstraction, just a company where he once worked. Years into his retirement, he was puzzled about why people were still interested in Nortel's boom and all its repercussions."
How fucking out of touch can you be? Nortel? What? You still talking about that? Who asked, bro? Yeah, we made some money, we lost some money. I remember those years fondly. That's so fucking wild.
After everything, after all of this, what did he have to say about Nortel? 3 words. It's ancient history.
Oh, fuck yourself, buddy. Fuck yourself. That was a fantastic documentary. It was one of the best YouTube videos I've ever seen. I appreciate...
Hey, want to catch my videos too?
I wish some of you had recommended it earlier, but you guys never brought it up, so... I'm glad I was able to, through my own will and sharp, keen senses, find it. Really, 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 really enjoyed it. That was an actually good video essay, which is so rare on YouTube. 2 parts. Fantastic. I'm going to end the stream there. I'm hosting a pool party tomorrow, and we'll be late or possibly even not live tomorrow. Maybe I should be live. The pool party ends at 6. But I am hosting a pool party. By the way, I don't own a pool, if you're wondering. I'm not that richy rich. There's a really fucking sick app where you can rent rich people's pools in LA. It's so fire. It's actually shockingly cheap. You just can't go in the house, but you can go to the pool. And so I'm doing it now. I don't know if it's LA only, but it's got like a lot of like nice pools. Why would rich people need to rent their pools? Well, I don't know. That's a great question. People have asked me that. I guess it's like easy passive income. Sometimes they're not even there. The last one I tried, we did this last year, was like a rich real estate developer who wasn't even in the house. Like they just own properties and they rent it out for extra money. Anyway, I'm doing that tomorrow, having a little pool party, so I will be late if I am live at all. Thanks for watching with me today. That was really fun. It's kind of an early Get Smarter Saturdays. I'll see you tomorrow, and enjoy your weekend if I don't see you. Bye, and thanks for the subs today. Appreciate it.